little more activity onto the day 2. So because of that, I would assume, okay, I'll make a copy of the day 1 so that my day 1 is not changed. So tomorrow, if I want to practice the day 2, I can still practice the day 2 on the day 1 file itself directly. So this becomes your reference point. So that is what we are going to do the exercise. Okay. Well, for the first thing I'm going to do is, as I know that the day 1 file is open, I'm going to click on the file and I'm going to say it as save as. Okay. I'm choosing day 2. Okay. I open the day 1 file, click on file, save as, and then give the name as day 2 and then give save. That's it. And nothing else I have done. Okay. So now what I would say, I have got day 1 and day 2 file with me. Tomorrow, once the session is over, and if you want to go back and practice whatever you have done on the day 2, now I would say that either you can practice this on your day 1 file so that it is much more easy for you, keeping day 2 as your reference. Well, with this, I would say day 2 file is ready. And also, the very first thing I would definitely do on the file whenever I open is, I hope now you are able to identify the command transform data. Okay, so again, anyways, I'm going to show it here one more time. I click on the transform data and ensure that I am on the Power Query editor window. And however, when I open, the very first thing I would say is the preview may be 7 days old or 2 days old or 3 days old. You would see that whatever this keeps coming up because your data is, although there is no change in your data set, your dashboard is open today as a new dashboard, like it's a fresh dashboard. So because of that, you will see this message. And I believe that I have given a heads up about this particular one in your earlier topic, in the earlier session. So this is where I'm going to say, click on the refresh preview. I'm using the option, click on the refresh preview and use the option called refresh all and then just relax. Okay. While it is refreshing it for you, just relax. And this message should go up and then there shouldn't be any issue with the file. And you should see the file is absolutely refreshed without any errors. If you are good till here, which means we are not facing any trouble and we are all on the same page. Now, at this point in time, if someone is facing an issue, do let me know. Then I would be definitely happy to help you. Or if you have done, give me a confirmation and dropping me a message stating that you created the day 2 file. Okay, I need to see the message as yes for two things. Yeah, for that, because you have created a day 2 file and you have refreshed without any issues. Okay. Okay. Deepal is good.
Shrikant?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm getting a different screen when I clicked on that first day file.
Okay.
So shall I show you?
Yes, please.
Okay, are you able to see my screen?
Now I'm able to see your screen.
Yeah, so this is where I'm seeing this. I have added a couple of files on my own, the for practice purpose, in addition to our files. Last Sunday, probably Sunday or Monday.
Okay.
So what should I do? Apply changes, click on that, or discard changes?
Okay. I would leave this option to you. Now, what do you want me to do? Like, you want me to help you in a way where you are along with me with the same database, or is it something that I could see a new table like 04 student paid list is a new table, contacts is a different table?
Yeah. So I have added three tables there just to see how it works. But now, is this normal? What I'm seeing is normal, or I have to do
Yeah, this
something?
is no, this is absolutely normal because this is a Power BI screen. In
Okay.
fact, this is the first thing you will see. This is a Power BI screen. Once you click on the transform data, that is where you will see the Power Query Editor screen.
Okay.
However, you have before you click on that, have
Uh-huh.
you made a day two file?
Yes, I have done that. Yes.
Okay, but I still see this is a day one file. If you would
Yeah,
have,
yeah. What I have done is I have backed up day one.
Mhm.
Okay. So okay, I will rename this afterwards.
Okay, fine. You have a particular you have a copy of it, right?
Yes,
Then
yes.
fine. Then fine. Then you click on the transform data. Then you should be able to see the Power BI screen, Power BI editor screen.
Okay. Yeah. I have I have come to that screen now.
Okay, it is still not syncing from my end. I'm
Oh,
still able
okay.
to see the Power BI.
Okay. I will just stop sharing and I will have to do a new share, I guess.
Okay, so when you're sharing, you have just shared me only the Power BI screen, I guess.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah. Is this visible now?
yep. Now click on the refresh all. There shouldn't be any problem at all. Okay, when you
Yeah.
click on the refresh, this is going to refresh only one table. But
Oh, okay.
but I specifically have given the option to go to the refresh all and click on refresh all, keeping in mind that all the tables will get refreshed. It's not just going to be the one table,
Okay. Okay. Done that. Yeah.
right? Good.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem at all. Welcome. Yes, Sankita, you have some question or something?
No, no.
Okay. Okay. How about Deepali? No questions, anything. Fine. Great. I'm going to share my screen back. Thank you, Pramod. Thanks for confirming. I guess most of you have confirmed. Okay. I'm still going with that. Okay. Right. Also within the folder, I don't expect you guys have to open this right away at this point in time, but I'm just taking it. Okay. There is a Word document which has already been shared. Okay. This is only to make you understand how the project is going on. Okay. I'm using an example from the Zomato. Again, I would again say this: do not take this example very literally onto the statistics that how Zomato is working and raise a complaint with them. Okay, this is just a demo purpose. The data whatever you see is absolutely treated to be as a demo, and it needs to be used as a demo, right? Now that what the question here is, because of I mean with the data samples that they have given, they have got a lot of information and they wanted to see the data in a different view. Okay, there are certain informations which is being given. Okay, we are just going through the points. We will see how do we execute it. Okay, and there is a name of the project where it says to construct a Power BI report and import the data from all the available Excel files, which we already have done, and data transformation, make sure the city columns are corrected, which we haven't done yet. We are going to do the lookup done. I mean, we are going to take a look at that. And also, there, for example, there is a information something like Cedar Rapids, or Iowa. It's a city should be corrected to Cedar Rapids. So there shouldn't be anything such kind of slash city or something. Okay. And Istanbul, it is in a different format. It needs to be corrected as Istanbul. These are the points that needs to be corrected a little bit. And remove any columns that are not being used is one thing, and create two columns to display the restaurant name and the address, and make sure a table is list of the cuisines that each restaurant serves and a dimension table. Anyways, these are few points that we already have, so I'm going to look at each of the point. Okay, and then see how do we take this forward in a better way. These are few checkpoints. I'm not saying that we shouldn't follow, because tomorrow if you want to understand how do you take up a request, see there are two ways. If you are working as a Power BI consultant for someone, then when you're taking up a project and when you want to handle the project, there should be some action items with you. So this is model of example. What the mode of example that I have prepared in is two ways. If you are a Power BI dashboard creator and a developer, how do you feel? How do you receive the data? What are the different points that you need to aim? Now, you are doing the project for yourself, for a particular team. Then you should also prepare the data in the same way, in the same fashion. What are the points that I need to create? What is my aim of the doing this project? And for aiming this project, what are the different steps that I need to involve? How do I receive my data? How do I transform my data? And what are the different new dimension tables or tables that I need to create? What are the new measures I need to do? So this should be the initial path and the way or the direction that you need to create for yourself, right? So now that what we have done so far is picking up the information from all the files and then creating into a global table. And within the global table, we did a lookup by using a different inputs like the country master and the KPIs, and we have brought the information. And this is what we have done so far. Now that what we are going to look at is to make sure the data is also cleaned at this point in time. Now, how do I ensure the data is being cleaned up? First thing, when I look at the data here, okay, according to the information, according to the information, wherein it says city, right? Wherever it says city, it has got this way. If you look at this information, Abu Dhabi, Agra, Ahmedabad, Allahabad, so there are few informations. However, there is a place where you can see it says Makati city, okay, Pasai city, Pasig city, right? So which means the city is being still shown up as a suffix in the data, which is at the end of the cell value. How do I get rid of this? What is the best way that I can get rid of this? Right. Now, I would put across the same question to you guys. If you are in this state and if someone question you, okay, hey, look, I want to get rid of the city and I need to bring a consistency over the data. What is your suggestion?
Do a global search and replace city with blanks.
Okay, do a global search and then re replace the city with blanks. Okay. So when I'm doing this, how do I do that?
Uh,
You tell me
we,
how do I do that? I will do it.
oh, okay. See, earlier we had replaced something, right? Same way. Just click on any one value in the column and then do Control F.
Okay.
Try that. I mean, I'm not sure,
Control
but
F. Okay.
yeah.
Not Control F. Okay.
Right click,
Anyone
maybe
else?
right click.
Right. Right click. Okay.
Replace values.
Okay. I went to the replace value.
Yeah, city.
I need to put this city.
Fine. Yeah, city and replace with nothing there.
Okay. Replace with nothing there. Okay. Click on OK. So with this, the city is been replaced everywhere, isn't it? Right. Come on. Right. Okay. Great. There is no information related to the city here. Everything looks perfectly all right. Now the another challenge is, do you still agree that we are looking good or we are good with this way?
There could be some places like Mexico City where the city may be needed. So I guess there it could be a problem.
Mexico City would be need no. Any other challenge that you foresee other than this? Anything? Just that we have done the city to be replaced with blank is great. But my question is, because of this part, what we have done, think over it again. Think over it. Let me put it again this way. I have a value called Makati City. Okay, I have a value called Makati City. Okay, and you remember that back. how the value was earlier. Okay. Now that I have replaced the value called city within that with a blank value. Now, with this being said, is my data cleaned up properly and looking up good, or is there anything else I need to also do? Is there any possibility that my data looks perfectly good, or anything else I need to do? Okay, let me look at my chat window. If someone interestingly have put something on the chat, no, not yet. You understood the question, or you want me to repeat it?
Those other cleanup activities still need to be done.
Okay, no, I'm not talking about the other cleanup activities. I'm talking about the particular step what we have done.
Okay, okay. See, one possibility is that when we replace those blank values, replace city with blank values, there may be some blank spaces created within that each of the values. Like Makati city, that city is now replaced with a blank.
Perfect. That is
So
what I'm
that,
expecting as a data, you being a data person and data analyst for your model. Remember the point. It's you are, you know, how do I put it this way? Let me try if I can able to make you understand how important is it for you to understand this way you're dealing the data with. Um, okay, I hope most of you would have gone to a s- shopping malls, everyone, right? In shopping malls, I hope, at a particular corner, sometimes there you could see a very free offer where it says, um, okay, 10 minutes massage free, 20 minutes massage free, 30 minutes massage free, something like that you would have seen. And then there is a chair there. And then all you need to do is to walk till that chair and then sit, and then you need to fit everything, and then that will do the job, isn't it? This is a way that we used to see, right? There are some massage centers. Now, you and me very well know that when we go and then sit there, and then when the belts are being tied up, we know that it will start doing a massage, right? But in order to work, that you know that very well that massage will work perfectly. But till that, what you need to do from your end as a contributor, you need to take up your body there, which means literally you're walking, right? This is the effort you're keeping there. You're going there, and then you're sitting there. For you to feel, understand all these points, you're thinking about it, right? These are the sequence of action steps that you think before you do. Okay, if I have to get the massage done, I need to walk up till there and then sit myself there and offer myself there. Then I will be tied up. Then the action will start. Now, this is all you're thinking before you do that. Similarly, whenever you do any step within this, I know that it is a not so great example, but I am giving you so that you understand it, how important it is. Any step you do, any step you execute, remember, bring up uh, your thinking capabilities. Bring up your thinking capabilities more. Imagine how the data will work. Okay, first thing, Makati city. Makati is a word. Space, city is a word. Now what am I doing? I am replacing city. What is left over there? Okay, Makati will still be left over with an extra space there. Fine. How do I do that? Now that again, I'm going back and then add one more blank column to be, I need to trim that. I know last time we have not trimmed any value. So I'm using this option again. I have chosen the city column and I'm going to the transform tab. And within this transform tab, I'm using the format option and then use the option trim. When I trim the data, I would definitely see Makati is just left with a no spaces. You can see this. Suppose if I go back and click on the replace value, I know there is a Makati city, right? But there is a space. Now that I'm trimming the data, I see that there is no space there. It is absolutely free of space. Now with this, The city point is absolutely great, right? There are certain values where I could see something like Istanbul. There are some values, right, which are not okay. But however, we are not expecting the data should do an exact Google match. Okay. We are not expecting the data should do as a Google match. So when I say Google match, you might not see Abu Dhabi the same way it is in the Google. You might see it in a different way, or it might be the same way. Okay. We are not expecting that it needs to work as a Google match. But till the time we are good with this data, we are expecting the data to be a little bit cleaned up. Okay. In this particular data, there is a data point given very clearly that in there is if there is an inconsistency in the name, try to bring out that inconsistency and then bring the consistent over across the complete data, right? So in this case, if I go down the data, okay, one place says Cedar Rapids hyphen Iowa, okay, and then also we have got anything else. All right, I have not got anything here. I guess there is only one particular information where it says Cedar Rapids / Iowa. How do you deal this data again? Again, now the question to you guys back. How do you deal this data?
Shri, hello.
Yes.
Do you mind explaining this thing again about the city?
Um, okay. So what I have done earlier, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, fine. This at this particular step expanded KPIs. Okay, I'll remove this. I'll also remove this. At this point, we have brought in the information. Okay, expanded city, everything. Okay. Now that what I'm trying to tell you here, you see this information here called Makati city.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm just loading the information more. Okay. If you look at the data from the beginning, it says Abu Dhabi, Agra, Ahmedabad, Albany, okay, Augusta. So this is how the data is looking at, correct? If you
Yes.
look at this data called Cape Town, okay, it says Cape Town and it says Cairns, Barcelia, okay, Boise, Bogor, Chandigarh. However, in this place, it is just saying Cedar Rapids, Iowa, city. There is a wording called city. Similarly, if I go down, the city is a word which is getting extra added. Here it says inner city, right?
Yes.
It says Makati city, Manchester. There are certain places where you can see the city is a word, extra word that is getting added. Now, the question here is, can we get rid of the city and then ensure that the data is consistent over across this particular column?
Okay.
Okay, instead of Makati city, it should say it needs to just be said as Makati. Okay, wherever it says now here, okay, Mandalyong, in this case, it should be free of the city. Okay, it should be very simple. It says Pasai city. Okay, it should be Pasai. This is what we are looking at. For this, what we are doing, we selected this column. Excuse me. We selected this column and we are right. Okay, we are using the option replace values and then we say city. to be replaced. Okay. If I am little smart enough, if I am little smart enough, no, I really appreciate your ideas. I'm just fine tuning those ideas. Earlier, what I have done, I remember that I know I need to give the city. This city word should be replaced with a blank value. I can give it this way. Now that why don't I do it in another way? Can I add a space before the city? Can I add a space before the city? If I add a space before the city and then give space, city should be replaced with city, I mean with the blank values like null. It should not fill anything. When I click OK, will that work? So which means if this space, the space is also removed, and I don't think so it is affecting anywhere. It is still remaining the same. Now, do you see
Okay, got
city
it.
anywhere?
Yes. No.
Okay. Now that is what I mean, the earlier when Sirish gave me the idea that can we replace this word city? Yes, we did. Post which we did the trim data. Now we have got two steps extra. Rather, what I did is I fine tuned that in such a way. Fine, can I, based upon way the way the data has been structured in this case, I could see, can I keep it as space city so that it will reduce one step for me. I'm not going to use the trim text again. Does it make sense? Sarish, Mithun, who have given me the answers earlier, Pramod,
Yes, yes, that's a
everyone?
good idea.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah.
Shri, I
Yep.
also wanted to know how do we go for trim data?
Okay. I'm going to speak about the trim data. Trim data is going, okay. At this point in time, if there is a necessity or if there is no necessity, also I'm going to put it this way. If I want to trim a particular data, I'm going to select this column and I'll choose this option called format, which is coming from the transform tab. Click on the transform tab, click on the format tab. Okay. In this, you'll see the option called trim. It's just I'm going to select the trim. It is going to trim the data. Okay. If you want to trim
Nice.
a data, this is the way you can do. Okay, guys, now that you are getting more interesting, right? By saying, okay, when you gave me an idea, I took this idea again, I fine-tuned it by doing a little extra space. Okay, it's just a matter of how do you think. There is nothing like uh, this is a better good. It's just a matter how we think. Okay, now I give the opportunity back to you. I give this opportunity back to you. Okay, I'm putting this opportunity back across to you. Now I would ask this way, give me an idea wherein when I look at this data right now, okay, the requirement says wherever you see wherever you see this way, right, there are two different names which are given by forward slash and backslash. I need to see that again to bring the consistency, whatever the data point which is there after the slash needs to be removed. And can we bring some consistency over here? Now, if I give this opportunity back to you guys, give me an idea. How do I do this now? How do I handle the situation? Okay, let me look at the chat window. If you guys, someone is okay, I didn't see any text here. Tell me, guys, how you want me to handle this. Okay, Ankita say, how do we trim a numeric value? Some method should be followed. Ankita,
Yes, actually, you if we go down to the
format, I could see it is only for text. Okay. Wherein if I have any numeric values, say, so is there any other method or the same method?
It remains the same.
It remains the same. Okay. Okay.
Trim is a trim that will apply back to any data. But
Okay.
however, for a number format, you don't need to trim the data,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Okay.
Zarurat
Yeah.
nahi padega. But in case if there is something like that, you can use it.
Fine. Fine.
Yeah. Okay. Mm, friends, you understood my question, or you want me to repeat the question?
I don't have that slash thing,
Yeah.
Shrikant. I don't have that
Then
in my data.
okay, you didn't have that in your
In
data.
city, yeah, city. Which was that city? I don't have it actually.
Okay, it says when have you clicked on the load more option, or are you just looking at the data like that?
Load more is there. Yeah.
Okay, Cedar Rapids, I guess this is from South Africa.
Oh, 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 God.
And now you are able to see that.
Yes, 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 yes. Got it. Okay, okay. Sorry, I was on wrong table. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Um. Right. So what happened, Sirish? I see that you are so silent. You have got no.
Oh,
Shri,
okay.
can I give an, I don't know, this just came in my mind for removing that slash. If we go to the same thing, city and the arrow, and it has something like text filters, and there are options like equal, does not equal. So if you go to contains and then do it, maybe.
Okay. Good. Not a bad idea. As said, like there is nothing like a good idea and there is a bad idea. Okay. It all depends upon how you think over the data, right? Some might think a longer way solution, some think a shortcut, right? So what makes us much more better is what we need to take a look at. Okay, I will park your idea. Okay, I'm not saying this cannot be applicable. I will definitely take up your idea, and I really appreciate that you came up with a solution that can I use a text filter wherein doesn't contain a forward slash. Greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for that. Is there any other ideas that you guys have? Okay, I'm not pointing someone here, but okay, since my friend Sirish and the other guys were coming up with a lot of things earlier, so I just wanted to check with them. Okay, and it doesn't mean I'm not looking at the other side also. Open up, talk if you have any idea, like how I guess Amin have given the information now, right? She came up with a better solution. Any other solutions from your end?
I did load more. I'm not getting that wordings in my sheet. I don't know why.
You did something there, Ankita.
Uh, yes.
Okay, I will take this opportunity and again I'll give this time back to you guys. Shh, shh, shh. Just give me a minute. Huh? Okay, Ankita, you want to share your screen and then show me? Let me see if you're looking at the wrong
Yeah.
data or something.
Okay, my bad. It was a wrong. I mean, I mean the tab I have chosen, so it's fine now.
Okay, there you go. Since you
Okay.
found it yourself, I really
Yeah.
appreciate, which means that you are able to do it for yourself. Very good. Okay, okay, fine. Then I will close this here. I will say there is only one idea right now where it has been told that can I use the option called the text filters and then say doesn't contain a value like a slash and then click OK. Friends, does this solve the case? Again, I'm asking. Are you okay with everyone? Everyone are okay with this idea? Okay. Devon, I could see you're opening, you're talking, but what happened today?
Okay. This has, I think what Afrin has told you is contains, not contains.
Um, okay.
Yes.
My bad. Maybe I did it in the wrong way. Afrin, what is that idea? Tell me. I'll implement it here. You tell me what you want me to do.
Instead of not contains, she said contains.
Contains, yeah.
Okay. What
And
should I do?
yeah, that will show all the values, which looks a good
Okay.
idea. Yeah.
Right. Then what should I do with that?
And then replace probably.
Uh, okay. Anything else? I was thinking something about it. Okay. Fine. I'm going to park this idea aside. Anything else? Any other ideas you guys have? Okay. Nothing on the message window. Mithun?
No, sir. I tried one or two methods. It's not working.
Okay. Pramod?
No, nothing from my end as well. Yeah.
Rani? Dilnawaz?
Nothing, sir. Even I tried, but it's not working.
Right. Since I told you, guys that you need to just think before you have to execute something. Okay. Uh, if I give you the answer straightly, there's nothing, right? But anyways, looks like I need to tell you something in a different way. Okay, let's look at step by step. Okay. Now, if I look at Amin's idea, all it is very good idea, but there are some constraints over it. The first constraint is, see, if you go back to this place and then put a filter here and then say contains slash, then you will see the data for the slash, then you'll replace. But what will happen with the other data, guys? Where will you get the data from?
Sorry,
Your
didn't
data.
get you, Shrikant.
Okay,
I
I'll
didn't
show
get
it in the
this,
practice.
the last
I'll
part you said.
I'll show you in practice. Now that you told me, you remember this applied step, right? When we do the applied step, the data is being updated in every step, correct? Now, when I click on the contains and then put a slash here, okay? And now then click OK. How many rows of data I am able to see now?
19, 20 rows.
20 rows.
20. It got filtered out, Shrikant. It got
Then
filtered.
when I replace the value of slash, how much of the data will be there for me now?
You are replacing a part of your data only.
Okay,
It's not
I'll go
considering
ahead
the
with.
entire data set.
Okay, perfectly all right. I'm going to do the same thing. Now that I'm going to replace the data, click on the replace, click this. Is this the way I need to do?
No. You will have to do slash Iowa to be
Okay,
replaced with blanks.
slash Iowa replace with banks.
Yeah, you want to remove Iowa, right?
Yep. And this is what I need to do. Iowa replace with
Yeah. Yeah.
blanks. Click OK. Now that you are happy,
No, I mean, this is not a perfect. I mean, I don't have a word actually, Shrikant, but this is not an effective method. Every time if I have some slash IO or some different slash, it cannot be generalized, Shrikant. I'll have to do more filters and all.
okay, that is one thing. Second point. Now, did you understand what I'm saying earlier? With this data, Now my data is only 20 rows of data. Earlier I have around 10,000 rows of data. Now it is only 20 rows of data. Do you see the difference?
Yes, yes, definitely I said, Shrikant, we don't get the entire data set if we do this method. That's what that's a drawback actually, Shrikant.
Okay. Now reversing the idea of, instead of using contain, when I say doesn't contain, what are the chances that you will see there? What will happen if I use that way? You understand my question?
Still, the same problem remains, Shrikant. Still you have the same problem. The underlying problem is still there. You don't get the complete set.
Okay.
So Shrikant,
Yes, Suresh.
okay, let's assume that there are multiple such issues in the data.
Mm,
Okay. So for each one of them, we can create a cross-reference table, another place,
mm-hmm,
where the values from, let's say in this case, whatever is the value to be replaced,
mm,
we create that from column and
mm-hmm,
to column where the values are to be replaced with what value. And then basically run that cross-reference on this data, entire data set. So wherever it says Grand Rapids slash Iowa, it will replace it. And then let's say there is some other city, let's say Mumbai city and something slash Maharashtra. So you want to replace that with just Mumbai.
mm-hmm,
So you put that in the from column, the wrong value, and the right value in the to column.
mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
this kind of some programming will be required there.
Okay. Um, okay, let me put it this way. What if I give you the same data in an Excel file and I would put across the same situation? What is your call?
Maybe then we have to write a macro or something. I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, let's ask Amin. How about you? What do you think?
Uh, if it's an Excel, then I think so we can do that replace, find and replace, and then save it, and I don't know,
Okay.
something like that.
Right. In Excel, you are able to do the replace step, right? But in Power BI, since it is a Power Query Editor, since it is a query editor method, you guys are unable to do that option. So you have to go around, right? So let me put it this way. See, imagine I'm giving you both the cases, okay? When I'm buying an idea from you stating, Shrikant, can we filter an option using the content? Okay, you need to understand both the cases, okay? The reason why either it is an effective method or not effective method, we need to take a look at that. Since at this point in time, at this point in okay, at this step, if I am putting a filter here, going into the text filter and then click on the contents and then say, sorry, I said contains. No, when I'm using the doesn't contain and then give a slash, I will be, I will initially feel that, okay, my data is free of this forward slash. But what is going to happen? You're going to completely lose access for those rows. How many rows of data we have got around with slash? That is around 20 rows of data, right? You're completely deleting the 20 rows of data from your data, guys. You're going, you're deleting it or you're hiding this information from your data. So which means out of your 9,551 rows of data, you're losing this access completely. Now, if I'm looking at the other way around, if I'm filtering the data with contains, then I'm losing more number of data. Now, I don't ask you to be in a stage where, okay, you take a call, what is better, either you can lose 20 rows of data or you can lose 9,000 rows of data. Okay. Both of them are not effective method, wherein I would definitely say we are losing the data for the completely the data control. Instead of looking at on all these directions, I would again say this way. इंस्टेड इन द रिप्लेस वैल्यू यहाँ पे मैंने स्पेस सिटी दिया था, राइट? ये स्पेस और सिटी है, दोनों भी है। यहाँ पे जैसे किया था मैंने, सेम वे, आई एम सॉरी, आई थिंक डू एनी एवरीवन अंडरस्टैंड हिंदी हियर? एवरीवन?
Yes, we do.
No, I wanted to know. Dilnamas,
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Dilnamas, I want to know. I heard you are from another region, right? But you understand. Okay, great. No, because sometimes I tend to talk in Hindi sometimes. So I thought let me take your great. Thank you. Right. So यहाँ पे मैंने क्या करने वाला हूँ कि instead of doing all this method, I'll also go with the replace method. Okay. How I do the replace method? This time I'm going to select the city column and then go back to the replace values step again. Okay. Okay. I'm not inserting any new step, or either I can insert a new step too. If I really want, I can do it. Okay. I'll replace another step. That's a better way. Okay. So that once it is completed, my trimming text can be done later. Now that what I'm going to do is to just use a forward slash. Okay. Value to find. I need a forward slash. Then I would say a simply, I'll give a wild character called star. I'll say star forward slash followed by star. Okay. Now replace this, anything you have such kind of method, replace that with blanks. Okay. And I'll click OK. Now what is that I'm expecting here? I'm expecting that any data that is having slash and then post slash whatever it is in this kind of format, I want that activity to be deleted and then just keep it as simple word. Now that assuming that this Iowa data is completed, I don't know, I'm going to look at the data. If it works very well, then yes, this is how we can do. Okay, I don't see any data here, but it is still reflecting, right? Cedar Rapids, wherein it is still reflecting Iowa. So which means even this method is not working fine for us. Let's look at this in another way. If this method replaces, because this is a way where we can do it from your Excel file. If also this isn't working, there is only one method. Okay, I would rely on only one particular method. The only one method that I would rely on is I'll select the city, click on the split column, and use a delimiter. And I would say the delimiter that I'm going to use here is going to be a custom, and I would mention this. Click OK. Now, whatever the column I am getting here as city 2, I'm going to delete this. This I don't require it. And here I have got that information called city, and I'm going to mention this as city back. Now, if I do this method, will I be completely free of forward slash? Okay, I got rid of the Cedar Rapids. Okay, maybe you might question me. Okay, Shrikant, why you have to follow this method? Why can't you directly give the replace value that slash Iowa? What if your data is having more number of slash data tomorrow? Like as you rightly mentioned, Shirish, tomorrow if I have some value called Maharashtra and then it says Bombay hyphen Maharashtra or Delhi hyphen India, okay, or Sharjah hyphen the United Arab Emirates. If I am having forcing this data very frequently, I can't use the same direct option of replacing every time, right? We can either just keep it very simple, but if I put this method of using a split data, will this keep more effective? Will this keep more effective? Will that actually removes everything? Okay, there's an absolute silence. You understood or?
Yeah, actually, this particular problem will be solved with this technique, split column technique.
Okay.
Uh, but there could be more issues, like you said Istanbul was spelled incorrectly.
Okay, I'm talking about only about the split of the data, but definitely not still looking at the cleansing of the data. So that is fine. That we are going to handle it again. I'm going to let you know how do you handle that part. Okay. Istanbul, yes, it is still remains the same. We are not looking at that yet. But this part in terms of splitting this value, will that help? Is what I'm asking. Will that make sense? Will that be an easier way?
Yeah, this looks good.
Okay. How about remaining everyone? You guys are fine with this, or you still have few more ideas?
No, no, we are fine with that.
Okay. Ra- you might think that okay, Shrikant, you are well versed with the application, so you know very well about this. So that's the reason why you are able to get this information, and then But if I'm a user, if I'm a fresh user, how do you do it? Right? Again, that's what again I say. Your thinking matters. It is not what is there in your tool. Your thinking matters. Okay. If you have a right way of thinking about the data, like if you have around 5 different kinds of ways and methods, okay. Oh, 1 minute. If you have 5 different ways of thinking, okay, then you will find 5 different methods and you will see all the options. How do I arrive to this point? How do I arrive to this point? How do I do this way? How do I do this way? How do I do that way? Right? That will help us more and more and more and more. How do we arrive to that particular point? Okay. So think in it, but think in all the ways you can do, and then you will find the solution for yourself. Anyways, for this case, this is what I have given you the direct way that you can use a split value, right? Coming back to the next point, wherein it says, how do you deal the other data which is not clean? For example, Istanbul, Sia Paula, okay? How do you handle these cases? Now, very honestly, I don't have any other method either to say remove unprintable characters. There is one option. However, it is not going to help me at all and definitely not going to help me. Okay. There is only one case. And for this particular data, as this is a customer requirement, I can straightly go back and then use the same method, which is replacing value. Jesse, I'll go back to this place. Okay. Let's take an example. I remember I saw some data wherein it says Sia Pola or something. Okay, let me take Istanbul. Click on this, load more, and then I'm going to see, right, Istanbul. Okay, maybe I would either leave it this way or I might not leave it that way. Okay, let me think over it. What we can do is, I think, um, either we can fix the data on the global table, or either we can do that fix either in our earlier tables. But I would advise at this point in time, just leave it as it is, because The only reason is, okay, or either I can do it this way. There is, okay, as this particular data point says, you see, for example, they have given the Singapore Poland Istanbul. Okay, I'm assuming only these two information are there. So for this case, I'm going a direct value. I'm not going any turnaround. Okay, the only reason I'm not going around this way, because it doesn't make sense. You cannot handle such kind of data in a larger, when you have a larger quantity of data here, it is only going to be a straight case. Definitely only in a place where you can see, only in a place where you can see there is a logical sense. Just say for example, the earlier method what we have done is forward slash. That's a logical way of dealing with the data. Okay, otherwise around, if there is a value like this, I would definitely give you a straight case. Okay, go click on this, replace value straightly, and then give okay. That's all. Okay, similarly for the Pola, because they have the information like this, they want us to correct this, we are correcting. We have this, so I'm using replace value, find it, I'll just put it as SIEAO, right? This is also good. And I also believe there is one more country called Brazil. Brazil also have some information, or Brasilia or Brazil or something. I also remember it has got some information like that. So I'm just looking at this, right? Brasilia. Okay. If you look at this data, this is something totally different. So I'm not going to do any changes apart from that. Okay, let me just take a look about all the complete data. One is Brasilia. I guess that is the only thing which is left over. The remaining looks good. Okay, so Brazil, I remember this comes from here. So I'm taking this data from here. Going to the global, select this city. I'm just replacing this value. This should be Brasilia, right? Or is there any other way? Is it something else? Nice. Okay, this is how it should be. Okay, this is how it should be. Okay, I'm just clicking at this. Okay. Right, these are the points that I have done just for cleaning up of my data. But otherwise around, if you have such kind of cases, maybe you can do it by doing downloading a table from your Google or having a data. You will not get such kind of cases. But just for an example, when you're dealing it, we have received the data in this way. So we are looking at this. Okay. Try to look for a logical solutions wherever you have the logic solutions to apply it so that you can apply this solution entirely. These kind of cases, what you have done right now, changing the Istanbul, Brasilia, these are like tedious cases, and these are one-on-one cases where we need to definitely take a look at that and do, and there is no other go. Okay, we have to do it in this way. This is how it works in. Fine. I would give time to you guys till for 5 minutes, and if you have not done till now, along with me, do it for all these steps. Or if you have done, it is very well and good. Otherwise, I can help you in another way. I'll go to the advanced editor. I'll give you this method. Merged queries. We have done expanded KPIs. Okay, replaced value. So from the replaced value, we need to look at the data. So I will see how many of you are able to do this, just in case you want to be with me on the same page, quick and faster. I have done so far whatever I have done. Okay, just for making you guys much more easier. If you are able to do it for yourself, I am happy. If you want to do it little quicker and then catch up with me, I'm not going to rush anyways, but I'm trying to just help you out. You can use whatever I have done from your chat window. You can open that, you can paste it or append this query. Don't paste it as it is. Appending to your editor screen should actually, you know, do all the job and you should be on the same page with me. Okay, I could see Afreen have done and then she's with me. Just give me a confirmation, guys, if everyone are done. Is it done, everyone? Okay, Rani says done.
Shrikant, I don't know if everyone feels the same as I am. If we are doing the same step like replace value, it is very time consuming. Is it any another way to like do the replacing thing?
Um, is there any other way for a replacing thing? Um, I would say replacing cannot be replaced with any other step. So replacement इसीलिए हम कर रहा हूँ कि we need to clean up the data. If you don't want to do it, you don't need to do it. So no problem at all. This is not a forced one, but I'm just giving you an option where it is where you have this option. Okay.
Okay,
So koi problem nahi. Don't do it then. No problem at all.
okay, okay.
It is not going to affect anything. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Actually, Shrikant, can I add
Okay.
something here?
Yes, Shirish.
Yeah, many times, I don't know who asked this question, but I just want to add to what Srikant sir said. Many times what happens is when we request for registrations or anything, the students or anybody or people, they don't enter the correct information. And people say Mumbai city or Mexico city or, some, or they type wrong names of the city. So in such cases, the data cleanup is required from the people like HR department or anything. That's why we are learning this.
Yeah, I can totally understand the importance of this step, but what happened? This is taking very time consuming. Like every time we have selecting the Istanbul and replace with, I am asking the Shrikant, is there any different way we can do this, like very fast or something?
No, we can do it one more way, Rani. I said, you can just keep it as it is. But again, taking back the you know whatever people are speaking about when someone is sharing their knowledge, I would give an answer to that. I would look at it in this way. So accordingly, Sirish said there could be a situation where you can also see this information. Like initially, when you're collecting the data, you will also have to come across this kind of scenarios. So Sirish, if you have a such kind of scenario or to anyone, okay, even for me, initially we need to learn how do we control the data, right? So how do we control the data is something the best way is we put the option of drop down. Okay, and again, we cannot keep the drop down of everything and not all the possible scenarios we are going to say, but I'm giving you the idea. We can use a drop down. We can make sure that the names have been spelled correctly. Initially when you someone does this, the filtration of the data is being done at the very beginning stage. At the down stage, now there will not be a scope where we need to do all this kind of tidy activities, like the tedious tasks by doing the time, replacing or cleaning or do. Why do we get this option of cleansing of the data? Like Sirish have got a good point. The data inconsistency. But again, do we have to do the cleanup? Yes, it is left to us. We don't want to do the cleanup? Yes, it is left to us. As these are the examples, you will definitely not feel any problem at all, because I'm sharing my knowledge and then you're taking as an example. So you and me doesn't have the problem. But on the real time scenarios, Rani, you might not know how many times you have to use the same option replace. You might not feel okay with that, but we might have to. So think about it. I would say uh, try to bring some logical way. In case if there is a way, there is a logical. Like as I have told you, in this case, if there is a slash, how did you do that? I have not applied everything. I just did a split column, removed everything. That
Yeah.
saved my idea, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, around you have to think over it. Okay, how do I do that? I cannot do. Definitely, some point in time you'll get vexed,
Yep.
right? So
Yes.
think about it. Think about it. Initially, how do you control the data? Think about it. That gives you more and more way of becoming more expert on your data, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
That's a good point. That's really a good point from Sirish, Rani. I really like it. Done, but could not use
And
the
I
advanced data
and
comments.
Shrikant,
Console
I
comments.
also Shrikant, I also feel that we can just have a look quickly when we receive this data in Excel to have more problem in Power BI. I don't know.
Matlab? No, I didn't understand that. I mean,
Okay. This is Afreen. Shrikant,
oh,
what I
sorry.
was thinking, receive this data in Excel, we can also have a check there, no?
तो वो तो डबल टाइम होगा. Uh, कर कर भी कर सकता है, मतलब आई विल गिव यू द डेटा. इफ यू वांट आई कैन गिव द डेटा एट द एंड ऑफ द सेशन. ठीक है, बस एक बार चेक कर सकते हो. बट माय होल इंटेंशन इज, if you are getting the data like that into your Excel file and then you want to cross check, you're losing the focus on the Power BI. That's a good way. That's a good way to cross check, but do not look at that way. Try to do everything on your Power BI. That is when you will learn. Naya tool वैसे ही, you need to understand that. Okay, for everyone's understanding, I'll share you the data in an Excel file. Post the session, you can take a look at that.
Okay.
And Excel slows down under its large data set. Of course, yes, Sirish, Excel will definitely go down when you are handling a larger data, and that is where we are learning everything here. But everyone have a different way of looking at the data, so I will definitely help it. But my whole point here is I could see that everyone are done with. Okay, Mithun, you are unable to do it with the advanced editor. No problem, Mithun. The whole point is you are able to follow up with me till whatever the step we have done. Okay, so I believe everyone have done and we are at the same page. Now I'll give you a classic example. How do you do this? Okay, but this is again, if this works well, it is very well. It can be addressed this way. If this doesn't work, um, still fine. You can still use it the same way. But let's take a look at that. You don't need to do. I'm just trying to do it. Mm-mm. Okay. Okay. Let's look at this way. Right. So if you look at the data, there is also one more statement here wherein it
Uh,
says,
we are unable to see your screen. I don't know.
okay, I'm still sharing, but anyways, I'll stop it. Again, I'll share it back.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
fine.
let me know.
Yes.
Right. Okay, so we have done a few points, and then it also says remove any columns that are not being used and create two columns to display the restaurant name and restaurant address. Right. We have a column here called the restaurant name and address together, right? If you look at the data, it says this way. There is a restaurant name and there is a address followed by third floor Century City Mall, so and so, whatever the address it is. Now, how do we use this data? We need to have two different columns called the restaurant name and restaurant address. Let me ask Rani, do you have any idea how do we break this information into two different columns?
Shrikant, like if I would do this in Excel, I will use text to column option to like to divide this particular column.
Great. Also, as you told me, the option that I will use a text to column. Now,
Yeah,
will text to column will definitely help you in splitting the address and the restaurant name.
right.
Okay, so will that go with a one step, or do you have to have again multiple steps to again do something?
Here
Okay,
the
when you're
challenging.
doing the text to
Uh,
okay, when you're doing the text to column, how do you do that? Can you explain me a process in that?
in Power BI for or and in or in
No, no,
Excel,
in Excel, in Excel.
like I have to select the restaurant name and address column and then click in data after that
Mhm.
text to column,
Okay,
and after that we have to ask the like the dividation between the this
delimited.
statement.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
and then I have to select OK, then it's divided.
TK, don't worry about all this. I'll open one Excel file for you. I can show. I'll do that. I'm happy. I'm happy to do that. But I wanted to see how
But
the
here
idea
the
works in.
challenging, yeah, here the challenging is the restaurant name is like for some restaurant is bigger and some name is smaller. So I don't think so it will work.
Ah, so that's the reason I just asked. Okay, your idea is really good, but this is what you're asking me. Is it delimited?
Yeah.
Shrikant, may I?
Yes.
Shrikant, may I?
Yes, yes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so you will go to the same, you'll select the column, you'll go to split column, you'll go to split column by delimiter, comma, split at leftmost delimiter and do OK.
Okay, this is where you're talking in Power BI or in.
Power BI, Power BI.
Oh, okay, okay, cool. In Power BI, you are doing that method. Okay, great. Okay, someone is able to take a look at that. Oh, where is my Power BI? Okay, here we go. Right. In the text to column, when you are doing that, the only option where you can see if I use a comma between everywhere, yes, it will work. But the whole address is also going to be broken. For
Right.
instance, it says third floor, Century City Mall. These two will also be split into two different columns. And if someone gave me the address around 10 commas, then I'll see 11 different columns in that. My whole problem is completely expanded, correct? It is not going to reduce, it is going to expand. Now, if I use a split column here, okay, I'm sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing. I'm using the split column here and then click on the by delimiter. And when I use the by delimiter, I use the comma, which is, but when I say leftmost delimiter instead of rightmost, okay, what is this meaning of leftmost and rightmost? In Excel, you find a fixed length delimiter, right? There is something called fixed length. So which means you can fix at a particular point. But of course, this example in Excel cannot be used, but in Power BI, it is basically, this is where you can still do. And when I use leftmost delimiter and then say it is comma, okay, and then now click OK. Now I'm happy to see that the restaurant name and the restaurant address are being split into two different columns. And this is where I can see all the restaurant names are aside and the restaurant address are aside. Is it done? Everyone is able to, now you are able to understand how easy it is to split this information. If there is a scenario like this, you should be able to use it this way.
Nice. Yeah, done, Shrikant. Thanks.
Great. Now change the names of the column here by double click. I'll just use and say a restaurant name, and then I'll just mention this restaurant address just to make it consistent. Okay. Post which, is there anything else I wanted to think? Okay. I don't want a local verbose, or I don't want the latitude or longitude or certain information. So what I would do is I would use this option called the choose columns. Okay. Or let's say the remove columns, but I'll go with the choose columns every time. This is what my happiness is. The reason why it is easy for me tomorrow to add or delete columns. Okay. So right now what I'm doing is I'm going to the choose column, and I don't want to regret tomorrow that acha, why did I delete this column. Okay. So just to get out of that, I'm doing this way. What I'll do is I'll use a restaurant ID. All these are information is easy for me. Country code is a required, city I require, a restaurant name and restaurant address. Okay, I see that the restaurant address, you see the name, there is a typo error when I did this. It skipped, and just now I could able to notice. Anyways, I'm going to do it. I don't need locality. Okay, no, I require the locality. I don't require the locality verbose, latitude, longitude, cuisines. Okay, let me leave it. Continent I require, country master I require. These are the informations that I brought it from different places. So I require all this. I'm only going to unselect only these three, which I don't require. So I'll just click OK. The only reason why I'm using choose columns is always for one reason. Tomorrow, if I want to add more or delete more, this is the best way. It is always the best way. Imagine if I removed all the three columns. Where do I get that information back from? I don't have the information at all. Where should I get that information back? It is again difficult for me, right? Rather, I'll go with this option. Anyways, while on the renaming of the column, I need to change this. I gave a wrong name. This is restaurant name, this one. I gave a wrong name, so I'm just changing this. Okay, restaurant address. Right, this is fine. Okay, so with this step, if I see, yeah, I know.
Shrikant, can you once again explain how do we split that text column or something?
Okay, sure. Okay, I'm going to remove all the steps, whatever I have done so far. I'm going to do it again very quickly from my end. Right, till here, the data is updated. Now, the next step for this is I need to split this restaurant name address into two parts. Okay, so I would definitely say according to the data part I have, the first name is a restaurant name. Even if I look at this case, it says 10 Downing Street, 19 flavors biryani, 24 plus cafe and restaurant, 56 restaurant Italiano. All these are the restaurant names, but this is the first comma. After the restaurant name, there is a comma. I know that this is a logic that has been used. So what I'm going to do is to select this column and then use the option called split column here from the home tab. I'm going to the split column and I'm using the option called by delimiter. And from the by delimiter, again, I'm using the delimiter as comma. And this time I'm using the leftmost delimiter. I'm not going with the rightmost delimiter or each occurrence because I know my restaurant name is the first wordings which are there before the first comma, right? Post which after this comma, whatever the data is being, that is all the complete address. So I'm using the leftmost delimiter. If I say each occurrence of the delimiter, Hobing Korean desert cave will be one in a column. Third floor will alone be in a column. BGC stopover pavilion will be alone in another column. So likewise, I'll get more number of columns like 4, 5, 6, 7, depending upon the data or how long is the address given. Okay, better to avoid that. I'm using the leftmost delimiter, so which means I'll only see two columns. I'm not going to see more number of data. I'm only going to see two columns. Okay. So when I give OK, this data is split into two different columns. One is restaurant name address 1 and restaurant name address 2. And I know for a reason this is the restaurant name, not the address. So I'm just renaming this to restaurant name. At the same time, I'm going to change this. I'm just trying to adjust here instead of typing it. So I'm just mentioning it as restaurant address. I'm just leaving it as it is. So this is where I have done a split column by delimiter and then change type 1. It automatically updates, so not a problem. And this is the renaming of the columns. So till here it is absolutely good. So once I do that, I have added one more step called the choose columns, and I'm only unselecting the locality, verbose, longitude and latitude, and then I'm choosing click OK, so that I'll have only these particular columns in place. Now, which means that I have got 17 columns of data, and this is a checkpoint for us. Is it understandable? I think I don't remember. Is it Rani or Deepthi or who have asked me? Okay, whoever have asked me, are you able to
Yes, it
understand?
is fine, but I think my address has been, it has come as separately. I don't know why. Third floor has come separately and restaurant name has come separately.
Because you would have used each
No.
occurrence as a delimiter.
Mm, one-
Okay, if we are still not able to understand, choose column step, please repeat. हाँ, एक minute repeat करूँगा. So if I guess you might have looked it in another way, Ankita. See, just take a look at that. If you look at the split column by delimiter, okay,
hmm, hmm.
यहाँ पे जो है, it says splitter dot split text by each delimiter. Okay,
Okay.
this is how it should look like.
Okay. Okay.
Right. So choose columns ka step, Dipali. What is happened once everything is completed? At this last point, I have used the option called the choose column. And in this choose columns, I unchecked locality, verbose, longitude, and latitude. Only 3 columns have been unchecked. And then I gave OK. Okay, I'm canceling it because already I've given it. So I just gave OK. So you will see only these 3 columns have been removed. So with this, you will have 17 columns of data. So Ankita, have you checked? Have you checked?
Yes, yes, it's fine.
Right. Okay. Okay. You guys have done so far. Is everyone okay? Or anything? Are we good till now?
Shrikant, some places it's showing, I mean, in address and name, it is showing null. So you will come on that, right, later?
Where is that?
मतलब data में मतलब we could see कि कहीं जहाँ पे रेस्टोरेंट नेम है वहाँ पे ऑपोजिट मतलब लेफ्ट एंड राइट हैंड साइड में नल दिखा रहा है, मतलब आई डोंट नो।
Oh, you have null value here. That's what you
हाँ
say address में.
हाँ
ठीक है, रहने दो, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं यार.
ओके ओके ओके।
मुझे भी, बट लेकिन मैं देखा नहीं. But let's see. I didn't see that. Honestly, I didn't see that.
हाँ पता नहीं मुझे दिखा रहा है या सबको मतलब है।
I don't see it. How about remaining anyone? You guys, you're able to see anyone? I don't
I
either.
don't see data.
Okay. The statement is very strong. I don't either का मतलब कि मेरे साइड हो या दीपाली
It
साइड
is
हो.
null आपके side पे. Actually, if you we
We
are
are on
we
your
done
side,
this
sir.
thing.
हम आपके साथ में हैं, sir.
Thank you so much.
Sorry.
नहीं
I
नहीं,
mean,
that's
I
fine.
don't see any null values. I don't see any null values, sir.
Actually, this
Sorry.
is because maybe the day one she must have वो जो आपने बताया था step null को कैसा निकालने का, she must have not done this, I guess.
और ये भी हो सकता है कि दीपाली रॉन्ग टेबल में भी होगा.
हाँ.
This happened with
दीपाली
me,
आप
sir. This happened with
दीपाली आप
me.
कंफर्म करना
Yes.
पड़ेगा. या मिथुन, आई नो दैट यू केम अक्रॉस दैट. दीपाली आप कंफर्म करो कि आप हमारे मतलब यही टेबल में, ग्लोबल टेबल में हो या कुछ और टेबल में हो. ओके दीपाली, आप म्यूट पे हो.
सर मैं राइट टेबल पे ही हूँ.
तो आप स्क्रीन शेयर कर सकते हो, मैं चेक करूंगा एक बार क्या हुआ कि.
ओके.
फटाफट खत्म करेंगे. राइट, जस्ट ओपन इट, ओपन शेयर द स्क्रीन. लेट मी जस्ट टेक अ लुक. लेट माय the other people also take a look at that. Let them also come up if they can able to debug something there.
कैन यू सी माय स्क्रीन?
Yes, we are able to see the screen.
Yeah, Deepali, we can see.
Okay, the bandwidth is not allowing us to still see.
Visibility is little poor, Deepali ji.
हाँ, visibility थोड़ा सा poor है. But Deepali, I don't
I
see
will
any.
show you.
I
I will
don't see
show
any
you
null
null.
values.
सर नल वैल्यूज तो इसमें नहीं दिखा रहा है मुझे.
हाँ, हमको भी नहीं दिखा रहा है.
No, it was showing in mine actually. I thought it is same problem was with her, so I didn't say anything.
नो
I'll just
मुझे तो नहीं
show.
दिखा रहा है.
नहीं, आई एम कंफ्यूज्ड. क्या आप बोल रहे हो कि अंकिता टेबल में भी दिख रहा है क्या?
हाँ मेरे वाले टेबल में दिख रहा है.
हाँ तो
अंकिता
लेकिन वहां
वाले
पे,
टेबल में दिख रहा है, दीपाली वाले टेबल में नहीं दिख रहा है सर.
अच्छा दीपाली का टेबल में भी मुझे नहीं दिख रहा है. वहां पे 0% दिखा रहा है ना. You see,
हाँ
empty says 0%.
नहीं, वो शायद नाम में कंफ्यूजन रहेगा.
Sure.
मेरे टेबल में तो नहीं दिख रहा है. आई
Mm-hmm.
ऑलरेडी चेक इट.
Okay. Deepali, you have to tell us where is your null value. Probably you made it. You are looking at a wrong thing.
यहाँ पे तो 100% है ना सर.
Mm-hmm.
नहीं मेरे
Sure.
टेबल में प्रॉब्लम है. अंकिता दिस साइड.
हाँ.
तो अंकिता should share the screen then.
Yes, if she could just exit, I मतलब close it. I can.
हाँ मैं
stop
स्टॉप
sharing.
करती हूँ सर.
Very excellent, Ankita ji. I am thinking that it is Deepali का screen है. तो मैं इसका पीछे हूँ.
मुझे लगा कि
sorry.
उनका भी प्रॉब्लम है, so that's
नहीं.
why I.
नहीं मैंने स्टॉप किया है शेयरिंग.
Yes.
अंकिता यू कैन कंटिन्यू.
Yeah. Okay.
Sometimes it is really confusing listening to all the people from outside, right? So
Is
I
it
could not able
visible?
to grasp it. Yep.
ओके सर, नो प्रॉब्लम.
यहाँ पे
Yeah, I saw it. Hold it. Yeah, we saw it. Ankita
Yeah.
ji. There is a null value.
Why? Now
Hold
you
it,
guys tell me
yes.
why.
Come, she got a null value. We don't. Oh my God.
No, you guys can able to see it very fast. I already got the answer. I want you guys to just take a look and be a master for that answer. Tell me. You guys can. Anyone, Mithun, Pramod, I give
Mm.
you the opportunity. Everyone. Dipali, Afreen.
Yeah, has she split this into multiple columns?
No. Just give me a
मल्टीपल
straight
रोज
answer.
मल्टीपल रोज में स्प्लिट हुआ है.
No, no, no. What I'm saying is when she split that address column, we split into the leftmost delimiter only. That means the restaurant name and the address got split into two columns. Has who is Ankita? Ankita has split this into multiple columns. It is possible that some of the addresses has say 5 commas or 6 commas. Some of them may have only 2 or 3 commas. So that means the rest of the columns are going to get null values. That's what I feel.
No, after
Ankita ji, can
change
you go
type,
to that?
replace value 1, value 2,
So,
value 3.
Okay,
sorry, can you
great.
go to that split column by delimiter setting? There's
Yeah.
a up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th. Click on the 6th step from top. There you will
Six.
find the answer that what exactly we do. Yeah, see here, each occurrence. It should be leftmost. And instead of space, it should be comma. That's it.
Mm,
No. Hover over that step, Ankita ji, and double click on that step.
नहीं समझ
आपके
गई
right side. Yeah.
that is different one. I think I used it for slash.
Okay. So Ankita,
Confused.
आपने completely confused हो गया. Actually, आपने बीच में एक step miss किया है. That is the reason where everything went wrong.
Okay.
Okay. First thing is expanded KPS के बाद जो replaced value get to the left hand side,
Okay.
go to the on the right hand side, go to the applied step. ये जो expanded KPS तक ठीक था. Okay. Replaced value, click on the replaced value. You don't need no double click. Just click on the replaced value.
Yeah,
Select
I
that
just
step.
clicked it. Yeah.
Okay. सिटी का मुझे दिख रहा है यहाँ पे कि आपने सिटी वैल्यू रिप्लेस किया है. ठीक है.
जी.
इसके बाद गो टू द नेक्स्ट स्टेप. यहाँ पे है ना स्प्लिट बाय कॉलम बाय डिलिमिटर. ओके. हाँ, ये तो ठीक है, ये तो सही है, इसमें बिल्कुल प्रॉब्लम नहीं. ठीक है. और नीचे चेंज टाइप, ये भी ठीक है. ओके. तो इसका मतलब रिप्लेस्ड वैल्यूज. ओके.
Replace value was at Istanbul to that three things Brazil. Yeah.
हाँ हाँ, वो तो वो
हाँ,
समझ गया, मुझे वो समझ
जी.
गया. ठीक है. रिमूव कॉलम्स.
Removed columns.
आपने जो कॉलम है वो रिमूव किया था, कौन सा कॉलम रिमूव किया था मुझे पता
वो
नहीं.
था आई थिंक डबल टाइम किया था तो मैंने एक बार रिमूव कर दिया उसको तो वो
हाँ.
एक मिनट आई जस्ट क्लोज
फिर भी नहीं नहीं नहीं, फिर भी एक मिनट.
हाँ.
बी ऑन द सेम पेज विद मी. नाउ if I ask you to go to the expanded country master on the top, applied step में merge queries इसका पहले, source, कहीं भी. हाँ.
सोर्स में
हाँ. नहीं नहीं नहीं, आप रुकिए 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 रुकिए, यहाँ पे रुकिए. आप यहाँ पे देख लें कि now the question to you guys, everyone. Again, I'm just giving you 1 minute. No problem. See, you guys are able to understand everything. That is where I'm giving you the opportunities to take a look rather than taking you. Chalo, I'm running out of time. You need to do it. Okay, do it. Think about it. Take a minute again. Think why Ankita is getting this problem. I already found the answer. I want you guys to take a look and then see where she might have went wrong. Now, I would say, Ankita, you
जी.
take everyone to the first step of your applied step, source.
Okay.
Guys, do you see any problem in this step, or do you guys think this is a perfect step?
Perfect step, sir. Within the same. Perfect, sir.
Okay.
Table
How many
combined.
of you say this is a perfect step?
Perfect, sir. No problem.
Okay. I would put group A and group B from the next class, or either after a break. I'll keep two people, group A and group B. So all the participants in group A, 5 participants will be in group A and 5 participants in group B. I'll say group A answer. Anyone can give me an answer. So everyone, anyways, now do you guys everyone agree that the source, changed queries and merged queries, all these are the perfect steps she have done? अंकिता जी आपका स्क्रीन इतना perfect नहीं था, मतलब I think the visibility is little different.
Okay.
Anyways, don't worry. But
Okay.
how about remaining everyone? Everyone agree that it is the perfect step? No problem.
No
Can
problem,
I
sir.
go? Okay, great. Now, Ankita, I see that there is a problem in your step.
Okay.
Null part
Okay.
is there.
You have applied this method restaurant, breaking of the restaurant name, not
Okay.
in this, not on this table. You did it in another table. You did that in another table.
Acha.
If the restaurant name dot address and all these points are
I
coming
mean,
up in the source,
in the original sheet or somewhere else.
in the original table you have done this step. I bet this would have been done in another step.
एशिया वाले में.
देखा, जवाब आपके पास है, तो आप एशिया वाला में किया था.
Oh, okay.
Ah, yeah, that is good.
Okay.
You have done it there.
Actually, okay, it got closed or malab, something happened. So I closed it and I opened it. I think by mistake I clicked first sheet. It was open. Abhi aa nahi raha tha. Okay. Correct.
Exactly.
Correct.
Which means you have done it on different
तो
place.
ओके, तो इसको कैसे निकालेंगे, मतलब ओरिजिनल वापस लाने के लिए जस्ट क्लोजिंग द स्टेप्स.
Remove all the steps till the place where we have done. Ideally, till in the Asia, you should be on a step till added custom
Added
column. That's all.
custom.
Exactly. Remove all these steps till there.
Yes.
I'll give you a time. I mean a minute. Can you apply the same thing on the global step back again?
जी जी. ग्लोबल में yes.
While you're doing on the global, I want to explain to the others. Okay. Now the remaining everyone whoever told me that it's a perfect step till source. On the source, if you look at the data, the first thing, how do you make sure that it is perfect? You need to ask the user to show all the columns. Okay. Or if you are not looking at those columns, the first very checkpoint I will do is in my table, on the global table, when I'm at the first step of the source, okay, my total number of columns are 10. And I would definitely ask the user to click on the source and then first check, does she have the same amount of columns like 10 along with me? No. If it is decreased it, which means she might have lost one step. Or if there are more, which means that she would have done, there are something wrong. So which means ideally the first thing on the source itself, there is a column called restaurant.name.address to. So ideally that gave me an idea she would have done something in the another table. And that is where when we gave the appending data as a step, it is picking the information directly here. That's where I'm able to understand it. But you guys missed that point. You understood now where
Yes,
how you
sir.
can look at the
Yes,
information?
actually correct. It was my mistake.
Nana, that's okay. You do the mistakes. That is when you will
That
learn.
is when I
Koi
learned it
problem
now. No?
nahi.
Good
No,
that I learned it.
Thanks, sir.
but I'm telling it to the other people like Mithun or someone who gave me the answer. Like
Thank
no,
you,
it is a
sir.
perfect step. I'm just giving them. I say देखना चाहिए. Don't look at just only for one thing.
और ये जो null data दिखा रहा है, we can remove this, right?
अभी कुछ मत करना मैडम. ये
अच्छा,
सब सारी चीज automatically हो जाएगा once you are done everything.
Okay, fine.
And I believe that you have done so far, because we are unable to see your screen. It's really not visible for us properly.
Oh,
तो
is
कोई
it?
problem नहीं. Yeah. No, stop sharing the screen. You do
Okay.
it, but give me a confirmation that you're on the same page with us.
Yeah, I have completed it up to change columns. I've removed the locality. Sorry, not the locality. Keeping only the locality, longitude and latitude. I've removed it. So only,
Okay.
I mean, I unchecked it.
Okay, great. Now I will leave. I'll give you a 10 minutes break. Let's just stop here. We'll just take a 10-minute break, settle down, get things completed, go back, do your refreshments, come back. We'll exactly group back within 10 minutes. Then we are going to execute a little bit onto the dashboard. Before we execute on the dashboard, we are going to see another new point today, so that will keep you more practicing. Okay. We'll go for a 10 minutes
Okay, sir.
break and then regroup. Or you have any questions before we group? Okay, I hope no questions or anything so far. No problem at all. We'll just break for 10 minutes and then we'll regroup back. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Anyways, I'm back, and if you guys are also back, just drop me a message so we can kickstart. Okay. What for? Sorry, Pooja ji. क्या हुआ? Rani Pooja. Yeah.
Sir, also I called you sir, and you told in the first class not to
अरे
call.
छोड़ दो. That's okay. Fine. I'm fine. Leave it. When you're talking to someone with respect, with matlab, when you're telling sir, I believe it is coming out of more respect, and I am happy that I'm giving you more knowledge on that. So leave it. That's okay.
Hi, sir. I'm back.
All right. Great. Um. Okay. Looks like everyone are here. Pramod is still left, and then um. What is that? Okay. Dilnamaz, I hope you're there. Okay, I saw you have raised the hand. Yes, Dilnas. Tell me, what is you have some question? Present. Ach, okay, you raise the hand to say that you are present. Okay, okay, you can lower the hand. Great. Okay, let's just look at the screens and then we'll see. We'll take it forward. What else we have? Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm, mm. Okay, okay. I hope we have not spoken anything about the DAX, or did we? We added any rating color column, something? Have we added any rating color column earlier?
No.
No. Okay. Now then we'll take a look at that one. Okay, that is okay. Hmm. Right. I'm not sharing my screen. Let me share my screen. First things first. Okay. I'm going back to the Power BI screen, which is the Power Query Editor. And I'm giving a save, Control S, and I give apply later, or either you can give apply. That's fine. Not a problem. If you click on the apply, it will take you to the Power BI screen. If you click on the apply later, it will save and then come back to the Power Query Editor screen. That's the only thing that is going to happen. Okay. So with this, after removing the columns, now that I have got restaurant ID, country code, city, restaurant name, address, locality, cuisines, continent, and whatever the other remaining things we have added. Post which, the only thing which is left over, the post which is one part. You remember that in this particular table, we have got average cost for two and the KPIs dot currency, right? We have got the currency. Now you remember that we have got the currency which is there in a different formats. So each country follows a different currency, right? India follows the rupee, and then probably Sri Lanka follows the Indian rupee, Sri Lankan rupee, and then America, it follows the dollars, UK pounds, Dubai dirhams. So we have got difference, right? But if I show this on a graph, let's say on an ideal scenario, when I'm presenting a dashboard, ideally the one of the statistics from the table says, okay, when I go to a particular restaurant, what will be the average for two people, average cost for the two people, if I want to show this. Now, based upon the code, based upon the employee, based upon the country or the location that you are choosing, it should actually give you what exactly is their currency and it should tell you the number. But however, that will happen when you are looking at the granular level. But when I'm looking at the higher level, let's say overall total or global wise, how many total number of restaurants I have? Okay, I'll say there are 9,555 restaurants. Okay, what is the average cost when I say? How do you denote that value? The very first question you will say, okay, which locality you're looking at? I would say, no, I'm looking at global. Tell me a global number. Now, you guys tell me, can I give a global identity or can I say a global number in that case? Can I get an average of two people as a global number with the data set I have? Okay. Are you typing any answer in the chat window? Okay. Ankita says no.
No, sir, you won't. Currencies are
Okay.
different.
Right. Currencies are different. What is a global accepted currency to show cousin edit? In general, I'm asking. In general, when you log into a new site or anything, what is a
US.
global currency?
Dollars.
US dollar, right? I know US dollar is the highest value. Probably that is the reason where globally it is accepted anywhere that, okay, show me the currency in the dollar, right? If I go to any place, they would definitely prefer to tell the value in a current dollar value, right? So if you remember one of the part where you have done called the currency converter, and you have got certain value for this, right? You have got a certain value. And by the way, um, did we do any USD converter and did we add any information there? What kind of information that we have added? I don't remember.
No, sir, we didn't convert anything.
But did we add any information from the USD converter table?
No, we didn't use that table yet. So,
Oh, we haven't used it so far.
no, sir.
Okay, I'm surprised. Okay, very well. If we haven't added anything, that is absolutely much more great. Fine. Then you tell me what is a common common term between the USD converter and the global table now?
Currencies.
Currency. Sorry.
Uh-huh. Currency. Okay. Do you just go with currency or do you have something else also?
Continent.
Okay. But can I go with the continent and currency, or can I go with currency alone, or can I go with continent alone? Okay.
I think
Let me
either
let
one
me
you
give
can consider, sir.
okay. My aim. Okay. Now that my let me give you my aim. My aim is to add one more table, one more column on the global table, and then find out what is the value of the USD, what is the USD converter value. So I have a converter value here. Now that what I wanted to know is, I want to bring this to USD column from this table and add across the global table to see what is the conversion value for that particular place and the rupee value. Now for that, I need to use what step I need to do. For that, what step I need to do?
Merge queries.
Okay, that gives me an answer. Okay, I need to use merge queries, right? After I use a merge query, okay. Now, what is the value that I need to select there in the merge query? I open this window so I can see if someone is texting me. So yeah, I opened a merge query. Just imagine before you do it, think over it. Okay, click on merge query. What is the first table, top table I will see on the merge query?
Global.
Okay, when do I see the global table as the first top table in merge queries? When do I see that?
Merge
How do I
queries
see
as
that?
new. Merge queries as new.
Okay, you should not give an answer merge queries as new. You should give an answer if
Sorry.
I don't know if someone can ask this as an interview question or anything, but if I am there at a certain place, I will definitely ask in this one. When I give you an answer, okay, when you say global table is the top table in the merge query, how did you get that? What I would give an answer is I will select the Zomato global table first, and then I will choose merge query. If I do this method, which means I'm doing the merge queries or I'm applying the merge query step on the global table, that is where I can see the global table comes as the top table in the merge query selection. Simple. Minute things, very minute thing. Okay? But it comes when you think like this. When you think like that, you will understand it more and it will sit in your head. Okay, so that's why I'm asking you. Great, fine. Now you have chosen the global table on the top. What will be the second table down?
Uh, USD converter, sir. I'll
Okay,
have to select USD converter, and then post that I intend to select the KPIs.currency column from Zomato table, and that I'll highlight it, and then I'll highlight the currency column. That's the second column in USD converter, and
okay,
create the join kind. I'll keep it as left outer. Then I'll hit OK. So I'll create a
okay,
new column based on this actually.
okay. But someone told me that we can use a continent also. So when do we use a continent? Can we use a continent there? I meant instead of currency, can you use a continent also? Or can you alone use a continent and get the data?
Both will give you sir same selection, sir. I mean,
Both
same
gives me the
result you will
same
get, sir.
selection. Okay, how many agree with Mithun? Okay, I didn't ask how many will be silent with Mithun. I said how many will agree with Mithun's advice that if बिना कॉन्टिनेंट सॉरी बिना करेंसी छोड़ के वो करेंसी का कॉलम छोड़ के कॉन्टिनेंट कॉलम में ऊपर डिपेंड करके अगर मैं मर्ज क्वेरीज यूज करूं तो मेरा जवाब वैसे के वैसे ही होगा तो हाउ मेनी एग्री टू दिस पॉइंट इज व्हाट आई आस्क्ड
Yes, sir. I think the value should be same.
okay I heard Rani saying value should be the same how about Afreen Sarish Pramod do you also guys agree the same thing okay why there is an absolute silence मेरा क्वेश्चन गलत है is there anything wrong in the question or okay everyone are there On a count of 1, 2, 3. Everyone are there? Mithun, you are there, I know.
Yes,
Deepir,
sir.
Dipali, you are
Yes,
there?
sir.
Yes.
Okay. Sirish, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Okay. Okay. Pramod, are you there? Afreen?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, now tell me, what is wrong then? Is my question wrong, or you are still thinking, or no answer, no clue, or कोई problem नहीं यार. Either if it is a wrong answer, you can tell me. That's okay. क्या होगा? At the max क्या होगा? ठीक है, आपने जो अगर आंसर दिया वो सही है और गलत है. If it is a wrong thing, I'll say okay, no, that is not the way. You didn't look it in the correct direction. If you gave me the answer, I would say yes. See how you guys cracked it. Appreciation मिलेगा.
श्री एक एक बार फिर से प्लीज क्वेश्चन बोलिए ना.
तो पूछ सकते थे पहले कि हमको क्वेश्चन समझ नहीं आया. फाइन.
नहीं समझ में आया, थोड़ा सा ट्राई कर रहे थे. एक बार प्लीज फिर से.
ओके, मिथुन का जवाब ये है कि मिथुन already told how do I apply a merge query. Okay, so when I'm applying the merge query, on the top ग्लोबल टेबल सेलेक्ट किया था और नीचे मैंने यूएसडी कन्वर्टर टेबल जब सेलेक्ट किया, दोनों में से मैंने करेंसी कन्वर्टर का कॉलम यूज कर रहा हूं. तो मैंने या वहां पे पूछा कि ओके, करेंसी कन्वर्टर के बदले ओके मैं कॉन्टिनेंट का कॉलम यूज कर सकता हूं या नहीं. He said yes. Okay, can I get the same values when I use a continent column? अगर continent
नो
column select करूं, will I get an answer or not?
नो.
So Mithun says yes, we'll get the same answer. Rani agreed to that. So that is where I'm asking, how many of you guys agree that or say that yes, you will get that answer?
नो सर, कॉन्टिनेंट्स में भी अलग अलग करेंसीज होते हैं.
यस, कॉन्टिनेंट्स में भी अलग अलग करेंसी, तो आंसर शुड नॉट बी यस. वो नहीं रहेगा सही.
इट शुड बी नो, आई थिंक सर.
Exactly. It definitely will not be working. The reason being, it's a simple way. If you look at the mechanism on the back, okay, agar imagine that you put the same situation in an Excel. In Excel, if I put a VLOOKUP value and then I need to find out the currency converter, and when I'm selecting the continent, obviously I'll not get because in the continent, when I select the Asia, the first thing it is Botswana Paula, right? I'll get only this value. I'll not get the value for the remaining things. But is there any other way that you can try to get this value? Now that what I'm going to do is on the Zomato Global, okay, and the last step which is removed columns, that is absolutely okay. यहाँ पे मैंने merge queries का selection use कर रहा हूँ. तो merge query selection में ऊपर तो Zomato global table, which is the same thing because I'm working on the global table only. वो नीचे USD converter ले रहा हूँ. तो USD converter से to be more specific and precise, okay, ideally this is what the scenario we looked in कि यहाँ पे जो currency है, I'm using the currency converter value, which is KPI's का currency, which is Botswana. Okay, the first value. Anyways, the currency here, which is the second table, which gives me a match of 9,551, which is exactly working. But even if I select the continent, it will also give me the match, but it will not give me the answer. Now, what I wanted to do is I want to be much more specific. For instance, a very simple example. Doing this method of currency, is it also a right thing? I would say for this example, it is a right thing. Okay. But if there is another value where, for instance, I would say I set up a restaurant, I'm going to accept the USD and I'm going to accept the pounds. Okay. Then there are two lines of data added for me. Okay. Lakshmi Shrikant have put up a restaurant and then he is a different person. So that's why he wanted to accept both USD and then he will be accepting both the pounds. I would say I will accept both the cases. Okay. Then how will you deal the data with? What I would say, for a safer side, I'll add continent also. by selecting control button. Okay. Earlier you have done only one way, which is a straight one-on-one case. But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the KPI currency as it is. I'm not changing anything. Post which I am also I hold the control button. I hold the control button and then I click on the continent on the top table, which is global table, and I'm selecting the continent on the below table. Okay. When I hold the control button and then do this, you will see that there are two numbers added. Like if you remember the sorting, how to be done, we have done the sorting. Similarly, it says first cross check the currency values. Okay. I would say first cross check the currency values, then also cross check the continent. Just to be on a safer side, select the continents also, do a match between these two. Wherever the values are matching, that is where you need to tell me what is the currency value. So now that when I click OK, okay, and go to the USD converter and deselect everything, I'll click on the 2 USD value. I'll just keep it aside. Okay. Now that I have got the value here, for a quick cross check, when I see the information, there is no null value anywhere. I'm absolutely okay. Okay. I don't see any null values or anything, which absolutely tells me fine, I'm good with this data. However, let me just cross check. Need to convert it here. Okay. You don't need to do this thing what I'm doing right now. I'm just looking at the information. Okay. Just to ensure, yes, we have got some data. I'm just taking a look at that. Right. I could see the Indonesia rupiah value is 7 point somewhere. Okay. Just a quick cross check I did. And okay, looks good. Then I'm fine. Happy that I could see that all the information has been loaded. So I'm absolutely okay with this. Okay, great. Not a problem at all. So yep, we have got this information now. Now have you guys executed this step or not? If not, just execute the step and then make sure you're on the same page with me that we have got the USD converter value also added. And just give me a message that you guys are done. Okay, now can't see your screen now. You can see. Okay, sorry.
Sir, one quick query, sir. Just it came.
Okay. Mithun. Yes, Mithun.
Sir, if there are any null values in a particular cell, actually, okay, for one or two cells there are null values. I mean, is there a setting how we can put to replace that null value with a mean or average of the column, for example?
That's a
I
good
don't
thing.
want to delete that row or something. I just want to, instead of null values, I replace. I mean, I just want to replace that null or no value with some number. That number should be a mean of that column or average or any statistical term.
Okay. There is a way. There is no straight case called the average value. Sorry. There is no straight case where you can replace the value with the formula because Power BI doesn't work with the formula. Okay. What I meant to say, Don't get confused about it. What I meant to say, the Power Query editor screen. Okay. If you say that there is a value here which is null, you want to fill in that. Okay. When I click on the replace value, what so far what we did understood is to replace the value with, correct. यहाँ पे कुछ आपका फॉर्मूला नहीं लिख सकते. You can't write a formula here to find a mean, mode, or whatever the value it is. Are you looking out for a dynamic, or it is a straight case?
No, I didn't get you the. I mean, what you was
No,
dynamic or straight?
when
I
you
mean,
say, okay, when you say you want to fill the null, replace the values, the blank values or the null values with the mean or mode or median, some calculation with that formula, with that in that particular column, right?
Yes, sir.
So which means it's a dynamic in nature, correct? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just okay. Okay, I'll tell you. Nothing to worry. ये जो KPI का words है, यहाँ पे मान लो 641, 322, 2510, यहाँ पे जो value है, तो मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ कि आपने पहले ही आप मीन और मीडियन और एवरेज कैलकुलेट करके आपने वो जो वैल्यू आएगा, then you will take that value and then click on the replace value and then say null and then will you write this value here? Is that what you are looking out?
Yes, actually, वहाँ पे null है. I mean, there is a null value and you want to replace that with the mean of the that column. वो column का कितना भी mean हो, 100, 200, you want to replace that with
exactly. That is
null
what is
value.
dynamic. That is what is the dynamic in nature. वही तो मैं पूछ रहा हूँ. That is called dynamic in nature. ये जो मीन और मीडियन आपने जो बोल रहे हो ना, वो तो डायनेमिक के हिसाब से जिस वो 100 भी हो सकता है, 200 भी हो सकता है, 300 भी हो सकता है. मान लो आज के लिए मैंने जो डेटा है मेरे पास, मैं इसके लिए 100 भी रख सकता हूँ, राइट? मीडियन 100 भी हो सकता है. कल डेटा चेंज हो जाएगा. ओके, इसमें
राइट सर
200 भी हो सकते हैं और 100 भी हो सकता है, पता नहीं. बट अगर यहाँ पे अगर मैं जाके यहाँ पे मैं रिप्लेस विथ वैल्यू अगर 100 दूं, 100 मतलब 100 ही होता है. इट विल नॉट चेंज. Even if your value median value is tomorrow 200, you don't expect this value become 200. This is called
got it.
Static nature. But when I say a dynamic in nature, so we are based upon your data. When it is getting loaded, that will automatically change your median or mean or mode average, whatever the formula you like. Based upon that, it will change, right? Now, how that works is what you are going to see now. Anyways, now give me an answer for this. Have you done till expanded USD converter?
Yes, sir. Yeah, all done, sir. Thanks.
Okay, let me also ask everyone, are you guys done till now? Everyone? I'm going to attend your question, Mithun, but I'm going to deal the same thing because I have one more thing to explain. Along with it, I'll give you an answer.
No.
Okay.
No problem, sir. No problem, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I get a confirmation from everyone? Okay. In currency, there is no average. In counting, will give wrong value. Okay. Deepali gave me some answer. Dilna was gave some answer. Right? In currency, there is no average. Counting will give wrong value. Okay. We'll deal that value again. Rani done, Vedan done, Ankita done, Afrin yes, Deepali. Just want to cross check as you said last step. Huh. The last step is this is the same thing, merge query. Okay. All right, done. So in this case, we have added the USD converter. Now we also have one more point wherein the request says add a column called the rating color. Okay. There is a value called the rating color. Now I need to add this column in appropriate table with the data rows in the format given below. I would say that I'll add this in the global table rather than doing all the 6 tables, all these activity I'll do in a single table. So that is one of the best thing I feel like. तो अभी करेंगे क्या इसमें कि we are going to take up the rating color and yeah, please bear with my Hindi. I'm not a fluent speaker in the Hindi. Grammatical errors तो बहुत सारे होते हैं, तो माफ कीजिएगा please. Remaining places I'm confident about talking in a the other languages very nicely. Hindi, sometimes I do some grammatical errors. I hope you can just don't mind about it. Take only whatever the meaning that is required in that. Yep. So now looking at the rating color, I need to add a column called the rating color here. So for that, what I'm going to do is, you can ask me like why we are doing so much here, but we need to do it because once we do, certain things can be taken on the graph, certain things can be handled only here. So that's why. Okay. Mithun, follow this because this is also going to solve your quiz. That's the reason I'm just asking you to do this one. Okay. So the step here, what we are doing is adding of the rating color. Okay. What this say, there is an aggregate rating above 4.5, anything above 4.5, mention it as dark green. Anything between 4 to 4.4, mention it as green. Okay. These are the only two conditions that they have given. So which means ideally they want to go ahead with only two ratings. One is the dark green and the green, right? So what I'm going to do is I first ensure that I'm working on the global table. I'm ensuring that I'm working on the global table, post which I'm going to click on add column. And this time I'm going to say add the custom column. Okay. I'm adding the custom column here. Okay. Wait. What is this KPI rating text? Oh, that is the rating text. Okay. I hope I haven't done this. I'm just ensuring that I haven't done anything here, something like that. Okay. Okay. So click on the rating color. Okay. I gave a column name called the rating color. Now in this, accordingly to the requirement, I'm writing a formula. Okay. How many of you are damn good at writing if formula in Excel? I hope I'm not on mute. Yes, I'm not on mute. Yep. So which means everyone have heard the question. How many of you are really good at writing a formula in Excel? If formula. Simple if formula. I'm not asking about complex formulas, okay? Simple if formula. Have everyone ever attended to write a simple if formula in Excel? Okay. Rani says I know. Shirish says I can. How about remaining everyone? Pramod says yes. I want an answer from everyone. We are just 10 people, so we can. I hope to get an answer from everyone. Mithun, I can. Okay. रानी जी आप सोच रानी gave me an answer. Okay. अफरीन आप सोच रहे हो क्या कि लिख सकता हूँ या नहीं कि दीपाली जी okay. Okay. Ankita says also yes. Now again give me the same answer like yes or no but not confident. हाँ ठीक है कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं अभी कॉन्फिडेंट मिलेगा आपको लिखने के बाद. तो पहले आपने जो जवाब दिया था कि yes for if formula. I'm again asking only about the formula called and or. Okay. I'm asking, have you ever executed the formula called and or formulas in Excel alone, not a combination, alone? And you're confident about these two? Okay, Ankita says no. I have one. No. Pramod says no. Okay. Afrin also no. Okay, so there are set of people who knows to write a formula called and or in Excel, and there are certain people who doesn't know. This is also fine, not a problem. Now combining if learned and not confident. Okay, if and this is a combination. Okay, using if and or if and or as a combination in Excel. Have you ever heard written a formula combining if, which is called a nested if? This is what we technically call as nested if, but I'm just asking you in this way. Nested if function having and formula or formula within that. You guys wrote, if your answer is yes, if your answer is yes, and you have learned, sometimes I would definitely say, have you ever confused about writing the formula in Excel in writing if and or? Because the very first thing, I wouldn't say this is a tedious task in Excel. It is also easier, but the way when I'm writing the formula matters, and it comes with the practice. Okay, if I'm writing a formula in Excel, I would say is equal to, if I'll first open bracket my logical test. If I need to add my logical test like and, okay, then I'll write and open bracket, and then I'll write my logic comma, then write the logic comma, close the bracket, then come back. This is how I keep writing the formula in Excel. Okay. Now, this is the way that you are writing the formula in Excel. Now, the same thing I'm going to execute it onto your Power BI. Rather, I would say keep it very simple. I'm going to keep it very simple. Now that what I'm going to do is just, I hope you are able to see my screen, everyone, without any issue. Okay. So I'm just assuming that you're looking at my screen and then you're confident about looking that my screen is visible. Now I'm writing the formula. Okay. Just take a look at that and then see how you feel it. Point here is, it says wherever it says the above average rating is 4.5, it should be dark green. And if it is between 4 to 4.4, it is green color. Now this makes a very simple sense for me. Only thing is, how do I put into the DAX way? I'll write this way. If I'll start with formula if, okay, and give a space. And then I would say I'm depending upon the column called the average rating. And that's why I double click on the average rating from the available columns here. Okay. And then say if the average rating is 4.5, then the value is dark green. This is my statement. Okay. I'm telling the same statement and I'm writing the same statement. If the KPI rating is greater than 4.5, then tell it as dark green. Space. Else, again give space. If, again give space, and then select the aggregate rating is greater than 4 is the first condition, and the KPI rating is less than 4.5. Okay, is less than 4. I mean, is it very necessary that you have to give a space? Not required, but it is easier for me. I would say it this way. Then give me the value as green. Done. Else, I'll give another condition. If the above two conditions are not met, okay, so I will definitely conclude, if the above two conclusions are not met, if the above two logics are not met, then mention it as ignore. I know it is not their requirement, this is my requirement to ignore. Okay, so I'll just mention ignore. When I wrote the formula, at the end of the formula, the three things I would definitely ensure that in this place, I don't see any other color other than gray and black. In this place, it says no syntax error have been detected. So ideally, which means that I am happy with the formula I wrote and my formula has been written properly. However, I would say, what if there is a case called 4.5? There is an exact rating 4.5. I haven't mentioned this anywhere. Also, if there is a case where it says greater than or equal to 4, so I'm adding the equal to sign. Okay. And 4.5, then it is green. Okay, this formula looks good for me, so I'll just click OK. Right. Now what I'm going to do is to just, anyways, even for the 3 it is giving me load more. Very nonsense, I know, but still, yeah, okay, I need to bear this. So then I'm going to go click on the dark green. I'm just selecting the information for the dark green, and I want to ensure the rating text should be equal to 4.5 or greater than 4.5, which is what it is giving me answer. Okay, else now if I change this filtered row to the green color, I need to see the rating values should be between 4 and 4.5. So which means 4 or less than 4.5. Sorry, this one I need to look at. Yep. So 4, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4. And it is not equivalent to 4.5, but lesser than that, right? This is also good. And then when I go back and then click on ignore, which means everything should be lesser than 4. And definitely, even if there is 4, this is not right. So I need to ensure everything is below 4. Great. All these are below 4. So which means that I'm good at this particular state. I'm just removing the filtered rows step because this is not required for me. Now, this is what I wanted to write. So what I'd say, I want you guys to write back the same column, like add a new column and give it a name as a rating color. The way I explained the formula to you, the way I have written the statement, it is the same. There is no change. So which means whatever I'm seeing, I'm writing. I'm not doing anything. Whatever I'm saying, I'm writing. In Excel, it is not like that. In Excel, you have to write it, which means whatever you're writing, whatever you're saying, you can write, but you need to be little careful when you're writing an parenthesis, like end pehle likhna padega, bracket on time mein close karna padega, um, and in a proper appropriate place, it has to be closed. All these are needs to be very careful when you're writing the formula in Excel. But Power BI में ऐसे नहीं है कि जो आपने जो बोल रहे हो वैसे ही लिख सकते हो, and you don't need to be worried about that. But what are the and do you, and if you ask me, like Shrikant, like when you say it is very easier, what are the constraints here? Like what is that I need to take? And do you say everything is so easy? No, there is something. The only chota mota things that you need to really concentrate here, ये जो formula जो लिख रहे हो, try to understand that all these formulas whenever I am writing, these formulas should be blue in color. मतलब यहाँ पे अगर जो blue color में है, इसका मतलब ये है कि your formula has been detected. Just take a look. If I write the same thing, if I write the same thing here, say if is this way, we used to write for ages together in Excel, capital I and small f. If I write it, you see, does it change anything to blue color? It is still in black. So matlab, when you're writing the formula in DAX, try to ensure that the DAX formulas are always in a small letter, not in the capital letter. This is a basic point. If I write the same if in small, it will detect. It turns in the blue color. This is a checkpoint, okay? A checkpoint for you to understand how you're writing the formula. And also right now, if you look at this statement called if I wrote called if, यहाँ पे जो formula है यहाँ पे लाल color दिख रहा है. You know, it changed to the red color. Or let's say, if I'm not so blind, it is dark color. Anyways, keep it as a red color, I would say. इसका मतलब यह है कि you are doing something wrong. This is an error. Yes, यहाँ पे else लिखा, already value भी दिया था, फिर से मैं क्यों if start करूंगा? Unless and until I'm wrong. I mean, if I'm not aware of, I'll write it like that. So I'm just writing it. It is giving me the red color. So the points that you need to do, it's a checkpoint, is your value should always be in the small letter, not on the capital letter, not in the proper case too. And when you're writing a formula, think about it. What is in your mind? Write it the formula the same. That will automatically come. And trust me, this is going to work. When writing if and or, you will feel very relaxed when you're writing this formula. Even when you're not doing some mistake here, I would consider that okay, पहली बार किया था तो होगा, दूसरा बार किया तो होगा, तीसरा बार भी किया तो होगा, चौथा बार भी अगर आप ऐसे ही कर रहे हो, इसका मतलब है कि you are thinking wrong. Because whatever, if you think right, it will come absolutely right in Power BI, and that is the beauty of the tax formula. And now give a try, and then give me a confirmation. How do you feel when you write the formula? I'll give a minute. You guys can execute, and then see how you feel. Do you feel better when you're writing the formula? Is it easier? You still feel difficulty? Read it. Read the statement. Think about it. Keep that in mind. Okay, if this value is greater than or equal to 4, it should be this. Think about it. Write it the same. You will feel very easier. Okay, Mithun says he read. How about remaining everyone? Give me a confirmation. Please share my screen. अफरीन जी, आप लिखो फॉर्मूला. मैं स्क्रीन शेयर करूंगा, but आप भी लिख लो. You try giving a, I mean, give a try there. Why don't you give a try and then see?
I'm getting an error actually.
हाँ तो पकड़ो एरर कहाँ गया कि वहां पे जो लाल कलर दिख रहा है ना, you can find it where it is coming up. Which line is it actually coming up?
So dark green is red only, na? It is seeing red.
Dark green is?
Dark green comes in red color, right?
डार्क ग्रीन कम्स इन रेड कलर, तो मतलब आपने स्पेस डबल कोट्स कुछ तो चेक किया था.
Okay, I'll just check again.
Yeah. Okay, so there you go. Sirish, how about you?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, please drop me a message once you have done, or you did already. I'm sorry if you dropped and I missed it. Okay, right. Okay, so if you have done that, now the people who already have finished, okay, how do you feel when writing the formula? Do you feel easier, or do you feel anything little sophisticated?
It's more easier.
Easier. Yeah, it's easier than Excel.
It's very easier than Excel, right? You will actually feel very relaxed when you're writing these formulas. And the more you practice, the more you will get more used. Now, my question will be to Mithun. Mithun, now
Yes,
your
sir. Yes, sir.
your answer, okay, to the earlier question you asked me, okay, if there is a null value, how do I deal that with an average or mean? Now, if you understood this concept of what we have done, the custom column, I would say add a custom column, and then you will say that if whatever the column you're pointing at, or whatever the column that you're focusing on, if that value is null, you can write the formula same as it is, whatever I'm telling you. If whatever the
Mhm.
column is null, or is equal, which means
Mhm.
is equal to null, then mention it as average or mean or whatever. Okay, let's say you can type the formula here, average. Okay, or you can type, I mean, whatever it is allowing you. or mean or median, something. Okay, you have a DAX formula where I can give you the list of the formulas. You can refer that, use it, and then you can close the
I got
bracket.
the direction, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir. I got the direction clear now, sir. Yeah, I got the
exactly.
direction from.
So
Yeah,
that is where I have taught you this, which actually gives you a way for that.
yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, got the
O-
direction very clear, sir. Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay, cool. Okay. Um, I hope everyone have executed and then everyone are with me on the same page. I hope no one is lacking behind. Great. Okay. Now that I'm good on this particular table, I'm very good enough on this. And now let me take you guys back onto the Power BI screen where you're waiting for such a long time to just look at this Power BI dashboard. How when do I use it? When do I use it? So far, I'm using only on the Spark Query Editor. I know you guys now, you might have been bored or might not have been bored, but still, this is my statement. Let's go back to the Power BI, okay, and execute and then see how we are going to see the data. Now, with all the points that you have done, give a control S.
Shri,
Yes,
I am not able to, I mean, I'm getting error, this red color.
you are getting the error, so you might have left something there. Okay, you want to share your screen and then we
Okay,
can take a look and
no,
then.
the thing is, I'm actually viewing this on my, television and it's not connected to laptop. It's a mobile connection on laptop, on the TV. So I need to just sign in, I guess, from my Teams.
Okay,
Okay,
so
just
you cannot able to share the screen. Fine, I understood. How do you want to get this rectified? Okay, you want to
just,
read
just
the formula out?
I've already signed in. Give me a second. I'll share.
Okay, okay.
Here we go.
All right, I found the error. Guys, how about you guys? You're able to see something here, and can you able to help Afreen if she can able to fix this? Anyone?
You should remove if before the and. Yeah, here you have to remove if.
Okay. Anything else? She's
Mm,
still yet to.
Okay, I think I need to remove this if also.
No, that is correct. And that and KPI rating is after that and KPI aggregate rating is less than 4.5 is missing.
Okay.
Last line. Last line.
Okay.
Before then, you have to write the value less than 4.5. Yeah, now no syntax error you have been detected.
Thank you.
You'll feel really happy when you solve the case of others, right? Now, how did you feel, Rani? You're happy?
Yeah,
Afreen is also very happy because she
yeah,
I'm
learned
very
something
happy.
and then you learned something. That's it.
right.
That's how it is. No, I'm happy because you both of you are able to help each other, which means that you guys can able to execute anything back without me being around, right?
Yes.
Great. That's cool. That's cool. Yep. Now you can just stop in and then I will share my screen back so that we can continue. Okay. Now the first thing what we are going to do is to give Control S. Okay. Give Control X and then click on Apply. This time click on the Apply. Okay. Click Control S, click Apply. That's it. The moment when I click on apply, so far whatever the table that you have already learned or have done any changes, I would expect everyone to see that Zomato Global alone is loaded. But if I remember Ankita's point, Ankita, you might also see Zomato Asia because you have done something and removed it and then you are doing. So it is still identifying. If it is not coming up also, that's fine. That's fine. Not a problem. But ideally, everyone have to look at that. There should be something called apply. And once click on apply, close it as it, I mean, leave it as it is. Go to the home tab, and then click on close and apply. That's all. Click on the close and apply. Okay. When you click on the close and apply, you should see the Power BI screen with all the information added on the right hand side. Okay. Give me a heads up if everyone are with me on this till here with the same with me on the same page. 43, yes. Rani, yes. Okay. Okay. Ankita, Mithun, great. Afreen, great. Okay. All right. How about Pramod, the other people? You guys are good? Tipali is also fine. Okay. Shirish, yes. Okay. Pramodji, what happened? Is it okay? Like you're you're there with us?
Yes, actually, I was in another meeting, so
Acha.
actually, I
Okay.
was in between. I had to pause, so I think I'll do it once I'm back in home and revisit the same exercise. Yeah.
Okay. Pramod Shetty. I remember that Pramod Shetty, is it something we worked together earlier?
And food, Chennai, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, you're my ex-colleague. Okay. All right. Great.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay. All right. So looks like then everyone are good. Now that we are going to work on the Power BI screens. Everyone? Right. The very first step, what we are going to see on the visualization that everyone can witness and then be happy about what we are going to do is looking at the fields that every field is updated. That's country master, KPI, USD converter, Zomato Africa, Asia, Europe, global. You should see all these tables. If by any chance, if anyone are looking at more or less, if it is more, which means you need to look back at your database. Like I think in the initial stage, I saw someone's screen, Mithun's screen, I guess. I think he have added one on more table. So he knows very well that he did. So I don't have any issues with them. But otherwise around, if someone is looking at lesser data, let me know. That is really wrong. I hope everyone are able to see the data, everyone. Okay. And there is no missing information. I'm assuming this so far because till now we are good with everything. So which means you should be good on this page too. Right. That's why I'm not looking at my screens. I'm just looking at only here. Now, the very simple first thing what we are going to do on the day two is to grab a file data on the screen and then see how does it look like. Go to the Zomato Global. Okay. Go to the Zomato Global. Expand this Zomato Global table. Expand the Zomato Global table here. So once after you expand, I want everyone, okay, I want everyone to find there is a data here called continent and then there is country dot master, which is the country. Okay. Now I want everyone to select this country master. Okay. And drag it over to the canvas. Before we drag onto the canvas, let me explain it again once more time. Look guys, this is a complete Power BI screen. So far what you have dealt is on the Power Query editor, and this is a Power BI screen. And on the Power BI screen, you will deal with three different views every time. You are going to deal with three different views every time. Okay. This is called the report view. This is called the data view. This is called the model view. Okay. When I say the report view, this view, you can see all the visuals here built up. When I click on the data view, you will see the same amount of the data, what you have loaded onto the Power Query editor. You will see all the information here, but this is only a data view. Okay. This is just a data view. So that's why you are seeing all the data here. Okay. And this part here, this is called the model view. Okay. In the model view, you will see all the data tables which are on your, you have loaded onto the Power Query editor. You're going to see every table here. Okay. With some relations updated. I know this is different for everyone. Like it will be so different, but just to see all at one shot, what I do is select one table, just select one table and type Control A. That's all. Okay. On the model view, what I have done is when I click on the model view, I went to one of the table, which is this. Okay. I just selected one table and click on Control A. Then I should see all the tables at one shot. Okay. And being having all the tables at one shot, what I'm going to do is to, can I arrange this stuff back in a proper way? I can arrange. So for that, it takes a bit of time, but I'm just trying to arrange for myself. For that, what I'll do is I'll right click on all the tables. I don't say anything apart from just use the options called collapse all, expand all. I clicked on one of the table, and remember I'm already in the selection of Control A, so I could see everything. So I'll just use collapse all so that everything is bit reduced. Okay, I'm able to see it now bit more. All I'm just trying to do is to arrange these tables here in a simple way. Now, if you ask me, Lakshmi, is this really a necessary job that we need to do? Look, this is up to you. Again, it is up to you. If you want to keep it little professional and keep it much more professional look, I would do this because this is much more easier. The way it is being produced on the tables on the model views is really different. Okay, it is not going to be so easier. Sometimes you might see um, uh, scattered here and there, and you will see one table might be sitting in this direction, another table might sit in another place. So just to make sure that everything else is placed properly, I'm just ensuring I'm keeping them all together. Okay, this is manual. Again, this is completely manual, so I'm doing it manually. You can do it later, you don't need to do it right away. Okay, I'm just doing it so that you will remember that there is a step here you need to do. So I'm just doing it in the interest of time. I'm just doing it so that you can just do this again later. So Sam and then Nam and then Oceania. I'm not expecting that this should look so beautiful that someone should really appreciate, but at least it should look good, that to an extent that you are able to understand. So that's the reason where we are doing this. Okay, this is Oceania. I'm just adding the Europe here, the model of Europe. Okay, And then I'm bringing this a little closer. Okay, great. Now that I have got all this Zomato, all this information, and what is left over is the global table. So I'm just bringing the global table here a little bit above. Yeah, so I'm keeping the global table here in between. And then I'm using the KPIs here. And then I'm using the country master also down. And what else I have got in between? USD converter, which is coming here. And this table alone, the USD converter is being left alone, but that's okay. I know that we have done some relations and everything. When we are talking about this model view, why we are looking at this and what is the point necessary for looking at this model view? Just to give you a, did I explain this earlier in earlier class? I'm sorry, guys. I keep asking about this because when I'm dealing with other multiple sessions, sometimes I might feel I missed or
No,
might not.
no, you're not explained.
Right, great. Okay. So we are looking at the managed relationships, this point. Anyways, we are on the model view, so we are looking at this. What exactly this model view speaks? Okay. This model view, what is this model view exactly speaks and why is it really important? See, this is important only for you to understand how the data tables are connected to each other. For instance, when I look at the Zomato Global, okay, and it has got multiple connections coming up. For instance, this is a multiple connection, one of the multiple connection. This table Zomato Global Asia is connected to the Zomato Global by country code. One way it is connected by country code and the other way around it is connected by a restaurant ID. Okay. How do I look at this? When I click on the manage relationships here, when I click on the manage relationships, I will see a lot of information here coming up. Okay. And these are all the different tables that have been there on your model. And against to that, each table, how is it being connected? So for instance, in this case, it says from table to table. Zomato Africa, it has got country code connected to country master using the country code. And Zomato Africa is connected, the restaurant ID from the Zomato Africa is connected to the KPI restaurant ID. When I click on the edit of this, at least not this one, I'm going to select this one. When I click on the edit of this, do you remember doing this anywhere? Do you remember doing this anywhere?
While merging.
But have you merged Africa and KPI?
No.
What have you merged?
Country master, global and currency converter.
Global and KPIs, not the currency converter.
Yeah.
Currency converter, I know that you have done. I'm not denying that. But what I'm saying, you also have done the current KPI, correct?
Yes.
Right. In the KPI, you are selecting the table, isn't it? The global table.
Right, sir. We can't hear you, sir. Hello.
Yes, me too. I mean, Shrikant, you're not audible, I believe. If you're on mute.
Connected to the KPI table using the restaurant ID. And this relation is called one-to-one relationship.
Shrikant, we missed you for some time. I mean, couple of sentences we missed you, Shrikant. Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry, my connection was bad. Okay, let me explain it. Um, Earlier, what I'm not sure to which level you have heard me, but okay, let me put it this way. Yeah.
Yes, sir. You can continue, sir.
Okay. So on the managed relationships, okay, I know very well that we have done the merge query between the global and the country master. However, you also know very well that the global table is a mixture, right? It's an appending information from different tables like Africa, Asia, NAM, SAM, correct? Since it is appended in all the from all this data and then put it into the global table, okay, and when because we have done the relationship on the global table, which is the merge query, keep all this in your mind because the connectivity is going in that way. But I have opened the relation only to see at the Africa level. I wanted to see how the relationship standard. So in this case, if you look at that, Zomato Africa is connected to the KPI and the relation for that is mentioned as 1-to-1. Correct? This is a 1-to-1 relationship. If I open the same global ID with a restaurant, does it show a 1-to-1 relationship here? Okay, am I audible?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Um, Fine. Have you heard about anyone? We'll leave about this topic. I'll come back to this topic. I understand that something little confusing. Have you heard about one-to-one relationship and one-to-many and many-to-many relationship and many-to-one to relationship? Anywhere,
Yes.
any point in time.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
sir. While making the dashboard, we know aware about this
Okay. While making a
While
dashboard, you are aware
learning.
of.
for
So
managing.
what do you know? What do you mean by many-to-many relation, many-to-one?
I'm not. I don't. I have heard this before, but I don't understand the concept for many one to many and many one to one.
Okay. Fine.
Shrikant, if I may, I mean,
Yes,
Shrikant,
please.
I learned this in my engineering days in computer networks.
Mm-hmm.
They are actually, if you want to check like how hubs and routers, how they, I mean, how a network
Mm-hmm.
should be connected, many to one connection, many peers and all. In computer network in engineering, final year we learned final year or like that, many to one, one to many in textbooks we learned.
But have you? Okay. So do you remember the concept?
Not that much. Many to one, I mean, there were 5 nodes and one node is, I mean, all the 5 nodes are connected to one node. That is
Okay.
many to one. One to many, that one node is getting connected to 5 nodes. There were arrows being done. So that's
Okay.
very
Anyways,
slight I
I
remember.
I
Shrikant,
can I
sorry.
can okay, I can explain it very well for you guys, but now I feel that the moment when I explain it, you will not feel you do not go with the first immediate with the first explanation. I'll do one thing. Sometimes I usually use another presentation, PowerPoint or anything to just show you the mini to man. That is also being a part of it. I'll anyways give you this session for the next class, but now I'll see that you learned a little bit on the Power BI. Let me put it that way. Fine. Anyways, we are going to teach this way. As I told you on the model view, okay, you have got the models. I'm going to speak about the models later. Now that I'm going to talk only about the report view, okay? So once you click on the close and apply there on the Power Query Editor, you will come back to the Power BI screen. On the Power BI screen, you will quickly see the report view. Okay. On the report view, the very first thing that I would definitely ask everyone to do is on the right hand side, under the field section, there is a Zomato Global. Under the Zomato Global table, you have country master dot country. Okay, you have this called country master dot country. If you are unable to find out, do one thing. Click on the country here in this search field. Click on the country. Then you will see wherever the country is coming up. Okay, it comes from the country master. It comes from Zomato Africa, Asia. But my focus is on the global table. Okay, so this is the country master dot country. I want you guys to select this or drag this and put it here on your visual. Okay. Put it on the visual here, everyone. The moment I put this on the canvas, okay, this part where you see, this is called the canvas, white canvas. Okay, white canvas is the place where you are going to build your complete visual data. Okay, now that you are going to select this, I'm going to expand this little. I'm going to expand this bit little here like this. And the moment when I broaden the data here, I'm happy to see there is a world map which is updated. And within that world map, I could see that all the countries are plotted, which is absolutely okay. And then on the right hand side, while I am on the selection of this particular graph, this area where you see called the visualizations, under which you'll see the locations are absolutely tagged in, which I'm absolutely okay with. Legends are also tagged in, which I'm absolutely okay with. Similarly, in the place where I think Mithun have asked me this question in the very beginning, that is there anything that you can do with the latitude and longitude? Um, I wantedly asked you to remove the latitude and longitude, but if you have that latitude and longitude data, you can actually add that here so that if the location is not mapped with the name, it goes with the latitude and longitude. Okay, it definitely doesn't require a R or Python, but it requires the data. It's a straight case. I wantedly asked you to remove it because मुझे भी नहीं लगता है कि वो latitude और longitude का data सही है, तो मैंने इसीलिए निकाल दिया. यहाँ पे जो भी है, we can continue with this country. So I thought this can be the better way. Well, I want this, to see that the world map is only added with a country. Now, give me a heads up if you guys are able to do this, and then you're able to see the world map plotted against the country.
Shrikant?
Yes.
We are supposed to drag only country, right, from the Zomato Global?
Yes, you are supposed to drag only the country master dot country onto the canvas area. So
Okay.
when you click on the canvas area, it will plot a graph for you like the world map.
Yeah, it has come.
Great. And just expand it and put it this way so that it is easy for you guys to see how you guys are, if you're able to see this, okay? Okay, looks like most of you have done. Right, now on the graph, once I plot this on the canvas area, I'll select this graph. It is not just that we are done with this. I have the graph selected and we are going to see a bit of information here, okay? Before doing anything here, I will give you another bit of little small surprise what exactly this graph will do and how is it useful for me. Great. On the Zomato global table, okay, now you don't need to do this. Whenever I say you do, then you can do. Just take a look at this. I'm going to the data table, and on the data table, I know here very well that there is a on the Zomato global table, okay, There is a restaurant ID, there is a country code, there is a locality, cuisines, continent, and everything. But the only problem here is if I want to know how many total number of restaurants are there in total in this particular table, do I have any information here?
No, sir.
Look at the table and then tell me on the data view table. I'm looking at the data view table. In this view, I'm looking at the global table. All I wanted to know is there any way that I can pull out and say that, okay, yes, you know what? I have got total number of restaurants. This is what I have got. Is there any way that you can get from here this data?
Yes. Number of rows, sir.
Number of
9,000 rows, 9,000 something.
okay, number of rows.
9,550.
Okay, so which means it is a total row. Okay, but this is what you are seeing, the total number of rows, isn't it? But is that 9551 number appearing anywhere here as a column value or something?
No, sir. No.
Okay, if this is the same thing given back to you in an Excel file, what is your reaction? Like, what is your immediate method of doing it?
Pivot table.
Create a table.
Count. I'll use a count function. I'll
You'll use
count
a count
everything.
function.
I'll
Okay,
use pivot table.
Yes.
you'll use a pivot table. Someone use a count table. Great. I could see that a lot of people are using a lot of options. Okay. Now, the moment when we don't have such kind of information in place, right? When we don't have such kind of information which is in place, and that too, it is a straight case. Now that there is a way that you can do. Now, how do we do that is what you're going to take a look. Okay. There is something called, okay, I will show it on the report view only. Okay. Now you guys can do along with me when I'm doing this job so that you will also get that feel. Why am I doing this? And you will also get that feel. While I'm on the report view, I don't want you to select anything here on the canvas, anything. All I want you to do is to come back to the field section, select the Zomato global table here, right click on the Zomato global table, and then click on, there should be a first option where you'll see called the new measure. Okay, this is called new measure. What is the difference? But what does this new measure mean? Uh, in order to give an answer in Excel files, okay, I'm still expecting this way. In Excel file, I know that you write the formulas, every one of you, like VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, count A, count F. These are the formulas for it. Have you ever come across any function or any formula which is completely new, absolutely new? It is available only in your Excel file, but not in the other files, and not in any other Excel. For example, I would create a formula on my name. Do you know that? I can create a formula on my name. Like I can write a formula called is equal to Shrikant. Open bracket. I don't know what it will execute. That's my secondary thing. But I know that I can write a formula. This is called custom functions. Probably if you're not aware of, that's fine. And there is an option like that is called the custom function. Similarly, we are also doing something here on the Power BI. It's called measure. It's called a measure. We are not going to mention it as technically custom function. Rather, we put it as measure. It's called a measure. Now, what I want you guys to do is to feel happy. To make sure that this measure works very perfectly. I want you to give a name to this measure on the first time. How do you do this? You can directly select this. You can give a measure. I would give my name. You give your name. Don't give my name there. Okay. Everyone give your own name. Put it as a new measure. Anyways, don't feel so happy that your name is there, but again, I'll ask you to change it later down the line. So that's why. Just kidding. Take it. Okay. And once you do that, what I'm going to do is I'll write formula called count A. or I can use count also rather. Okay, when do I use a count formula? When do I use a count A formula? Okay, I'm asking in terms of Excel only. You can tell me, not in terms of Power BI. What is count and count A? What do you understand by count A in Excel and count formula in Excel?
Count is only for the numbers. Count A is for alphanumeric. It just counts all the non-blank values.
Perfect answer. Right. Count is only for the numbers. Count A is alphanumeric numbers. Now my target is to understand how many total number of restaurants are there. How do I calculate the total restaurants? What will be the best column that I can refer to from the global table?
Count A.
नहीं मैं पूछ रहा हूँ कि कौन सा कॉलम यूज करूं.
Restaurant
Restaurant
ID.
ID.
Restaurant. Yeah.
Okay,
Restaurant
you want
ID.
me to restaurant ID. Is the
Yes.
restaurant ID a number format or a text format?
Number.
It's
It's like
in
number.
format.
Number or text format?
Number format.
Okay, how do you identify that it is a number format or a text format?
Yeah, when we click on the column at the top, it shows it's a whole number.
Ah, great.
It's
Any
1,
other
2, 3
observations?
written. It's 1, 2, 3 written. That's it's a whole number. Text it is ABC written. So
Okay. Anything else you have got? Any observations?
And data, we can also look at the data.
Okay. I somehow feel that is still not in the whole number. You know why? Although this column, when I select it, it says whole number. Okay. I still feel there's no whole number there. Still feel there is something missing. Okay, let me break that. So what exactly is happening? Whenever you see here on the data, okay, the table what we have loaded here, against city, before city, do you see anything sigma symbol?
No, sir.
Before continent.
No.
But do you see a same sigma symbol on the country code?
Yes.
Okay, when I select this country code, okay, this is already been, you see this is categorized.
Count.
The summarization is said to be categorized. Okay, and this is in the whole number. Suppose for example, when I go to the KPS aggregate, again, it is a categorized. It's a summarization, right? The data is in the summary, correct? Now, if I look at the restaurant ID, is it summarized anywhere? Actually, no, it is not summarized, right? Although it is in the whole number, it is not giving me the summary information. It is just a number, whole number format. Okay, that's fine. So that's the reason why at this point in time, yeah, you can either identify it from here. If there is a sigma symbol, even that also gives you that it is a whole number format or a decimal number format or a number format. Okay. Otherwise, around where you see there is no sigma symbol, consider that as a text. No matter whatever, consider that as a text. Okay. So for this case, okay, at this point in time, it says Lakshmi. I mean, with the measure what I have given, and for a safe side, I'll just mention it as count A, and then open bracket. I'm going to select Zomato master, which is sorry, Zomato global, and I would say the restaurant ID. I'm selecting the restaurant ID and then close the bracket. When I close the bracket, it should be okay. Like यहाँ पे, it should give me the same gray color without any problem, and then click enter. So when I click on enter, it should not give me any error message and it should be proper. Okay. Now, post which we are going to see how does it affect on the data. I'm going to bring this measure called Lakshmi here on the canvas like this. Okay. When I bring it on the canvas, I will see this comes in as a graphical format. Okay. While it is in the selection mode. Okay. While it is in the selection mode, I'm going to change this visual under the visualizations. Okay. I'm going to change the visual here. I'm going to use the fourth row, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Fourth row, fourth column data, which is card. It says 1, 2, 3 card. I'll change this visualization to card. When I change this to card visualization, I should see the number shows as 9551. And then I brought it here. And for now, I'm going to click on save. And then I'm going to ask you guys, if you have done the same thing, whatever I have done, you should see the number 9551. And I want you guys to give me a confirmation that you guys did and you're able to see the data, and then you are with me on the same page. Sorry, excuse me. Okay, Mithun says done. How about the remaining people?
Shrikant, where do we enter that measure?
Okay. You need to go to the table here on the left hand side, sorry, on the right hand side on the fields. You will see the Zomato Global. Right click on the Zomato Global. And then you will find the option called new measure. So once you click on the new measure, okay, it will ask you in the formula bar, it will come back here. It will say, what is your new measure?
Okay, yeah, okay, got it. Yeah.
Here you will change the name and then you will mention it.
Okay, yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah.
No problem. Okay, how about the other people? Any questions?
So
Sir, I
did
didn't
that
understand.
Okay,
Sorry,
no problem at
go
all.
on.
No problem. Go on. Anyone?
ask first. So I did the formula thing, new measure, but my count is not matching with you. My count is 8171, but I can see your is 9551.
Okay. You want to share your screen? I want to take a look at the data.
Yes, I'll share my screen.
Guys, I'm really sorry if you're getting so much of disturbance from my end. I just visited my sister's place today, so she, her kids, and then everything is going on. And I'm extremely sorry if there is a lot of disturbance.
No problem, sir. So
Yep.
you can see the screen.
Yes, I'm able to see the screen. Okay. I want you to select your name, Pooja, on the right hand side so that I can take a look at the data. Okay, you're doing great here. Now select the graph on the top, the map one.
Okay.
Okay, give me a moment. Let me check here. Do you mind to open the filter section for me?
Yeah.
Okay, this is also fine. All right. Okay. Okay. Go back to the data there. Okay, go back to the row table again. Go to the, sorry, yeah, the raw data. Yeah. On this, no, go to the measure. Yeah, click on this. The your measure. Puja, okay. Remove that A and then just type only count. Remove count A and then just type only this. No. Yeah. Press enter. Okay. Okay. So which means that there is something you are missing there. I guess. Go to the data table. Go to the data view. Put a filter on the continent. No, put a filter on the continent here. Yeah. Okay. Now what do you want me? Just give a cancel. Okay. Click on the new column. You just click on. No, wait. Um, wait.
See, sir, here I can see the Metro Global
Why?
817 column.
Go back to your transform data, please. Click on the transform data. Okay. Go to the global table. All right. Just give me a minute. Let me check that. Let me go through this.
Okay, so
Merge query, expanded query, merge query, swing, expanded KPI, this value. Okay. From Can you remove this filtered rows step in the last G? Yeah. Get Rani Puja. Okay. Now, can you click on the close and apply? Give it a minute.
yeah, now it's correct.
Okay. So how about the remaining people? Pramod, Deepali, Mithun, Suresh, Dan, Vedant. Okay. Deepak, Dan. Okay. Um. So Rani's I'm able to see now.
हाय श्रीकांत आप मेरा स्क्रीन जरा देखो I think there's some
Okay.
problem.
I can't see the figures. Afreen ka system or Deepali.
Hi Shrikant, can you
Yes,
see my screen?
it's Deepali, right? Hello.
Yeah, I think Dipali, she lost her audio.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think even when she's talking, I think it is a little disturbance. Okay. Afreen, how about you? You say that you have got some. You cannot see the wing.
So I actually,
Okay, cool. Afreen, you need to. You're using two devices or three, I guess. Just
yeah, switched off. Can I share my screen?
yes, please. Let's see the figures. Okay, so which means something you have not added. Ah, have you added? Okay, count here.
In fact, I
Zomato.
think so there are duplicates also because it says my name is already existing. Then I tried another name. Even
Okay. So scroll to the right hand side. Okay, scroll to the right hand side.
Here.
Scroll down a little bit. Let me see. Okay, you already have one,
But
right?
I didn't get that figure, you know, the figure which comes down.
You
That's
need to
okay.
close the bracket. I think you need to close the bracket there after restaurant ID.
Okay.
No. I think she's creating a new measure there.
No, I tried one where it didn't happen, so I tried another one.
No. Okay, Afreen. मुझे लगता है कि आपने जो किया सही ही किया. But only thing is you have not dragged down to the. ये क्यों है? अच्छा, Deepali started sharing the screen, I guess. No.
Okay, I'll wait.
Whose screen? Whose screen is this?
This is Deepali's. She's trying to share what I understand.
Okay. Right. Let her share the screen.
No
Deepali,
problem.
you're on mute. Okay. Anyways, Afreen, what you need to do is
Yes.
there are two things. One is measure. There is one measure. There is a new measure called measure on your table, and there is Zishan. There is another measure. Because you're not seeing the number, because you didn't drop it onto the canvas, you need to drag it onto the canvas and then change the visual step to card visual. That is when you can see the number. Okay, you can share your screen. I can still see that Deepal is not able to share the screen.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, you bring the Zishan here on the measure from
It's
your right
already
hand.
there, right?
No,
Okay.
it's not
From
there.
this one you want me to drag here, right?
No, below that.
Oh,
Absolutely.
here.
Yes. This
Okay.
comes as a graph first. Then you need to change this to visual.
Okay, so which is first, second, third, fourth. I guess
Fourth
the
row, fourth column. Fourth column. Yeah, great.
okay. So we need to drag this here only then the figures come.
Yeah, आपने खाना बनाया था, बट लेकिन आपने किसी को अगर टेस्ट करने के लिए नहीं दिया होगा तो किसको पता चलेगा? किसी को पता नहीं चलता है ना कि आप खाना
Yes.
अच्छा किया है नहीं किया.
Yes.
You are doing it, but you are not presenting it. So you need to present it.
Okay.
Right.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Hi
No
Shrikant,
problem. Yes.
can I share my screen now?
Is it Deepali who is back?
Yes, I am Dipali.
Yes,
Due
Deepali
to
ji.
some connectivity problem, I can't share my screen.
No problem. It always happens. I know. That's fine. Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we are able to see the screen, madam. So where did you go wrong?
Yes.
Okay, have you created the measure? What is it? What is
Yes.
it? Okay. Deepali, I believe that there is something wrong with your data because it says 301 rows because you're filtering here more. Can you go back to your transform data, please? Click on the home. Yeah, click on the home. Click on the home.
Okay.
Okay, go to the transform data because I see that there is a problem with your data there. I hope you guys don't mind if we are just solving Deepali's case because I think we know that we already crossed the time. Okay, go to the Zomato Global.
It's okay, sir. It's okay.
Thank you so much. Can you remove the last one filtered rows too? Last step filtered rows too, please. Right. Also give me a minute. Why there is a filtered one rows there on the top? There are coming back more number of filters. Left hand side. No. Deepali.
Now the
On the
19 column and 990 rows.
Nee, I still see that there is something wrong. I want to double check here. On the applied steps, I see that there is a filtered rows one. I remembered we haven't filtered anything. No, below that. Come down. Yeah, select little bit above on the filtered rows. Select that. Don't do not delete it. Select it. Okay, you can remove this.
Okay. Can I delete?
Yep. Okay. Um, let's okay. Let's keep the fingers crossed. Everything looks fine. But still there are filtered rows, so I don't think so that we have done anything there. Click on close and apply. Let's see what is it there.
Pardon?
Click on the close and apply.
Okay. Can
Apply.
I click on apply?
Yes. Right. ओके ये लोड होने दो इसके बाद हमें देखेंगे कि आप मेजर में क्या गलती किया था क्लिक ऑन द
Okay.
क्लोज एंड अप्लाई यस okay now go to the report view that's okay and यहाँ पे जो right hand side है fields में scroll down little bit I wanted to see measure 2 measure 3 are coming up just scroll down little bit right select that measure 2 select it okay and here measure 2 is equal to दीपाली जो दिया था ना आप एक काम कर सकते हो कि दीपाली के पहले जो इज इक्वल टू और मेजर 2 है दोनों निकाल सकते हो आप ओके
Okay.
जस्ट गिव अ बैक स्पेस
Okay.
वो भी रिमूव करना राइट राइट हाँ लीव इट एंड देन यहाँ पे जो ग्लोबल ओके ये इसके बाद आप गिव ओके सेलेक्ट द या क्लिक एंटर ठीक है अभी क्या करना है कि ये जो दीपाली का जो मेजर है वो ग्राफ के नीचे लेके आना पड़ेगा
Okay.
इसको विजुअल को चेंज करना पड़ेगा मतलब विजुअल चेंज करना है तो फोर्थ विजुअलाइजेशन को पकड़ना यप यप ग्रेट
Got it. Yeah.
there you
Thank
go with
you.
the 9551 perfect
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much.
okay now I'm not going to again take it so long all I just wanted to show you guys I'm going to share my screen okay so everyone if you guys are done till here give a control S which means that you are saving the file till here and with this step what is that you have achieved if you give this dashboard to someone at this preliminary stage if I select here anything let's say I select on one of the bubble you should see the number should change here this is the only thing I wanted to see and give me a confirmation if you are able to see the change in the numbers which this is called the dynamic dashboard and this is absolutely called a dynamic in nature so which means the users can able to view the data and if I want to see a data from India when I select the India I'll see the number as 8652 when I select the Australia I should see the number as 24 now I wanted I okay give me a confirmation that you are able to filter the data and you are able to see the data here like this on the graph and that should be perfect. I stopped sharing the screen. Okay, just give me that. Yes, I can see. Yeah, right. Okay, so you guys have learned the first step on the Power BI. Okay, on the visual part for the day two, and you have done enough things on the Power Query editor, like adding of the columns, turning the data, cleansing of the data. Now that you are going to look at adding a new measure and then bringing the graph onto the Power BI to make sure it is looking good. From the day three, you are going to do extreme things on the Power BI visualizations by adding few more measures, adding few more data, how to add the visualization, how to make it much more interactive, bringing the filters on, showing all the data accordingly, and this is what you're going to learn. Okay, and if you're good at this step, which means you're absolutely good in handling the Power BI visuals also, which you started learning. Okay, and right, so any questions from anyone so far before I call it day?
No, sir.
No questions.
Okay, so you will also get the recording of the session for the day, like how you have received the earlier day. Okay, and Dil Namaz, I think we have the issue from your end, which you are unable to access it, right? You mind I can deal it with you again later after the session? Dil Namaz ji, is that okay?
Yes, I was going to tell you that it must be a very long session for you too. Yeah, can you give me a time, or do you want to do it tomorrow evening? Anytime?
Okay, I will ping you back, or we will connect with you later. Maybe I'll just find the best means of communication, and then I'll drop you a mail. We can just take a look at that. Okay.
But is it going to be today so that because today is, I had some other work also. So
When would
should
you?
I wait for you, or should I, what it is, please? I'm so sorry, but
Okay.
you want to finish it today itself, then sir, I will be at home only. No worries.
Okay. Fine. Oh, okay. Today is a weekend for you, right?
Yeah, we have just started having weekends like you.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay. Um, give me an hour time. We will
Okay.
connect and then finish this. Okay.
Sure, sir.
Just
On
give me an hour.
WhatsApp, will you be connecting me on WhatsApp?
No, we'll send you the email because this is the only best method that I can able to connect with you and then finish. I
Okay,
just
sir.
wanted
Thank
to
you,
see
sir.
what is the problem there. Based on that, we can suggest you. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Apart from Dil Namas, is there any question from anyone in terms of accessing the data or anything or looking at the data? Have you understood so far? You guys are good with the today's session?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
great. Apart from the chota mota things like these sounds, I think I'm good also with the session today. But I'll try to avoid this for the next session. Okay, great. Have a great weekend and have a great practice. You have guys again a 7 day slot. I mean the 6 days time. Uh, go back to the sessions recordings and then again do whatever you have done on the day two on your day one file and then see if you're able to achieve the same. Okay, that should give you the learning practice, or I don't mind even if you do from the scratch, but try it. If you have any questions, do let me know. We'll catch up again. Okay,
Okay, sir.
Okay,
all
sir.
right, happy
Thank you
weekend,
so much,
take
sir.
care.
Thank you, sir.
Bye
Thank
bye.
you, sir.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Happy weekend.
Bye.
Prabhas, you're good, right? I'm sorry, I forgot. Prabhas, you're good, you don't have anything to share?
Shrikant, this is Nivedita here. Prabhas is
Yeah.
actually in another meeting. So
Oh,
is there
okay.
anything that you want me to pass any message to him?
No, nothing, Nivedita. I'm good. You can we can just close the session for today.
Okay, okay, Shrikant. Thanks a
All
lot.
right. Thank you. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Thanks everyone.
Bye, everyone. Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye,
Thank you.
Nivedita.
Bye.
Bye, bye.